Okay, we are live. We'll turn down the intro, turn on the background music. We can start relaxing. There we go. Let's breathe deep and relax. Okay, let me ping the Discord crew, let them know I'm online. Just give me one moment. Okay, almost there. Live and on camera now. Okay, I'll tell you, why I'm so excited today. I have been working all day thinking about how to explain pressure, and I want to do this really big video about it. And I am just, overanalyzing how to talk about pressure. A year or two ago, I made a 5-part pressure series. And I wasn't happy with it, honestly. I'm happy I got it done. I learned a lot doing it. But I never felt that it was captivating enough. I never felt that it touched enough issues. Oh, Hera has joined us. Hi, Hera. So good to have you on board here. Oops, I think my microphone should be a little better now. Okay. Give me a sec. I'm gonna have to tape this up a little bit. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I wanted to, I did that series last year or 2 years ago on pressure, but I wasn't happy with it. I wanted it to be more engaging. I wanted to cover a broader set of topics, and I learned things. After I did that video, I measured more pens. I have more tablets. I got a chance to talk to more people, listen to different perspectives. And also I wanted to try a different way of communicating it. One of the things that I sometimes struggle with is I have a tendency to speak a little bit like a teacher. Maybe it's because I was a teaching assistant back in college. And sometimes I can kind of dwell on small points and build up a larger story. And I'm trying to get better at just building up a more compelling, quick story. So that's something I'm going to practice here today. But yeah, ultimately I felt like I wanted to make a new video about drawing tablet pressure, and I thought if I don't just come out there and talk to people like I would if you were, right in front of me, I'll never get it done. So I'm going to talk about everything I've learned. We're going to cover everything. I'm calling this my drawing tablet pressure marathon, right? We are going to go through everything. And I'm not just going to rehash things I've already talked about on the stream. I'm actually going to bring up topics that are new, that I've always wanted to talk about, but have never had the opportunity or the opportunity to talk about, or the motivation, because it might be kind of involved. So there's stuff I haven't covered. Some stuff, I have mentioned on stream. We'll cover that again. The goal of this stream is to, again, it's a marathon, and we're going to cover everything I know. Hopefully there'll be some good questions as well. And so we'll uncover some things I don't know, and there should be plenty of that. And also I really want to help bring out some of the learnings and experience that anyone who's online, I see Hera's there, hopefully we'll get a few others, get some of the learnings from people to share their experience. Because, one thing I've learned by my journey in drawing tablets and digital art is I can only talk so much about my own preferences, about how pressure or tilt or whatever work. And what I realized for a lot of these topics, there's really a breadth of experience and feelings about these. And so it's important to capture, the full diverse set of opinions, because everyone has a different take on what works for them. And it doesn't mean that, I'm right or someone else is wrong. We just have to take in the full sum of how people think about things and their experiences. And then, as an individual, if you're watching this video, you can triangulate what works for you. Okay? So, I'm about to begin in just a few minutes. Now, I do actually have a few slides I'd prepared, but I'm going to try to avoid showing slides unless it's absolutely necessary. Instead, I'm just going to draw live on using a whiteboard app. Because I want this to be interactive. I want it to feel fresh, not like I'm giving a presentation. Okay? So that should be a lot of fun. I think it'll keep everything more engaged as well. And yeah, we'll go as long as needed. I'm going to cover everything I know, absolutely everything I know. And a lot of this is based on data I've collected, like actual measurements I've made. It's based on conversations I've had with tablet experts like Cube and tablet enthusiasts. And it's based on, just a lot of historical knowledge as well. So I'm really excited about this. And I don't want to brag, but I do believe this is I am going to brag. I think this is going to be, Mir's joining us. Hi, Mir. I'm just setting up the story about this session. I'm going to go deep on pressure. This is Drawing Tablet Pressure Marathon. Rain is here. Hello, Rain. It's always great to see you. Hello, Seven. Great topic. What will a person be missing out if they say they got a moving pad 11, but they just use the default pressure curve? The fantastic question. Fantastic question. And I'm going to note this down. What happens if you don't use the pressure curve on any device? What I think, a lot of people might not notice anything. Okay? A lot of people might not notice there's anything at all. But I think that's partially because the defaults work so well, and I think also it's partly that I think we intuitively adjust for differences in pressure curves. But I think here's what I would guess you might be missing out on. If you're drawing with large brushes, which I don't think people are going to be drawing with huge brushes on the Move Ink, and you're drawing with large brushes and light pressure, you may notice it's hard to control pressure. Okay? And this is typical for the Wacom Pro Pen 2, Pro Pen 3, in fact, it's typical for almost every EMR pen I've ever seen. So you might encounter that if you draw that way. And so a pressure curve might help you. Another thing you might encounter is that there's sort of a variation on the same thing. One is the Pro Pen 3 has a really high maximum pressure around. In my measurements of like 6 or 7 Pro Pen 3 models, it's like 700 gram force. And that's a high number, and that means that you'd have to press with 700 gram force to get to 100% pressure, to get the widest width of your brush. And some people find that, first of all, some people cannot do it. Some people have problems with their hands, and they just cannot muster enough strength to do that. So they can never get, if they're using a 100 pixel brush, they can only get to, let's say, 80%, and that's with a struggle. And that's something that you can adjust with the pressure curve, which I'll talk about. So you might notice that. And a sort of a follow-on effect of that is, if you draw with heavy pressure, you need to get thicker strokes. And you get from thin to thick. You might notice your hand gets tired because you have to press hard all the time, right? Okay, Mir's going to do some laundry, and we'll be back soon. So those are the kind of things you'll miss out. You might also miss out on, how can I say, there are certain I wouldn't say artistic effects, but slight tweaks to how pressure works with your brushes. That tweaking the pressure curve will really improve, right? Like maybe you don't like those tiny little marks that get made with certain kinds of strokes, and we can fix that with pressure curves. So I hope that makes sense. The default pressure curve will work fine, but I generally suggest we should take some effort to play around with it at the very least. I will actually talk about how to come to a natural pressure curve for you without doing any measurements, okay? You just have to use your eyes and feel, a little bit of feel, and you can find a pressure curve that works for you. At least I have a theory. We'll try it out. You asked a great question about what happens if you don't use a pressure curve. Give me a second. I'm actually going to note this question down because it's a good one. It's a really good one to realize. So give me a second. Let me start some show notes here. And let me sign in. ASCII, yeah. Mm-hmm. And let's get the workspaces. Yeah, for pressure stream. So let me put this down as, the question was, what do you lose out on if you use the default pressure? You just use the default pressure curve. Fantastic question. And then how to find the right pressure curve. That's a fantastic topic. Okay. So let me just check the Discord to see if anyone else is online. And okay. People are having an interesting conversation on the Discord. Okay. So where do we begin? Let me just show you my setup here, because remember, I'm going to whiteboard. So I have Microsoft Whiteboard somewhere here. And just to show you my setup, this is what it looks like. Let's see, Rain says, by the way, odd coincidence, I randomly saw that 16-inch Asus. You just got a Costco. I remember to be surprised how small it was. Though it's definitely larger. Yeah. You know what? 16 inches is a good size. I'm just going to say it right now. This makes me want a bigger one. 22 would be a little too big. But I am thinking I would like it, I mean, an 18-inch or a 20-inch, right? It would just give me a little more space to work with. But I also want it to be, thin and light. It doesn't have to be moving thin and light, but if it can stay about the weight and thickness of this, that'd be fine. Yeah, I guess the moving is what, 13.3 and this is 16.5. So they're only 2 inches apart in distance actually. Even though they say 13 and 16, it's only about 2 inches difference in diagonal size. Rain, how much was it that you saw at Costco? I think this should be a lower price device also. I am thinking, given the fact that it's a UDMR pen, this should be at most a $500 device, not like an $800 device. Hera, I do have a Canvas 19. I do have the Canvas 19, and I might also switch to that for some streams. I just have to make sure it works with it works when I don't have the Huion drivers installed. Okay, that's the issue. But yeah, that would also work. Ju says, does 16-inch require more arm, elbow, joint movement? Not too much more. I mean, I think just a very little bit, because again, it's very close in size to a 13-inch. Lost Side, DKM. Hey, good to see you. I think last time you arrived just at the end of our stream, so it's good to see you. We haven't even begun the actual stream yet. I'm just getting prepped for it. Do I know about PureRef? That name sounds familiar, but I don't know what it means. I do not know what it means. And Hera, yeah, it might work. I just don't know. I need to try it out. Okay. So the reason I'm showing you this is I'm going to sketch on this. I won't show you the video of me sketching because it's not useful, but you'll see me draw on the whiteboard. Okay, that's what's actually the whiteboard. That's right here. Okay. So, just a little bit of extra context. I am, in the course of my streaming for you all, I am developing like the ultimate streaming desktop setup for me, where I can record videos and stream and do a little bit of testing and unboxing. So this setup is getting more, interesting and evolved and optimized, and I discover more and more things. Yes, you are on time. You didn't miss anything. I'm just getting set up. I haven't even started the topic, actually. PureRef is an app. Oh, hi Koyo, thanks for joining us. I'm betting Koyo, you or somebody mentioned it in the Discord. Quite popular about artists. The Idea Board app. Okay, let me just take a quick look at it. Okay, let's see. Oops, not that. There we go. PureRef. PureRef. The Kino. Hello. Thanks for joining us. Thakino. Okay, I think I got it this time. PureRef. All your reference images in one place. Okay, this could be interesting. I could see a use for this actually. How much does it cost? Or is it free? Personal use only, single user license, hobbyist, educational. I'm trying to see if there's an actual. Okay, it looks like the personal is 15. That would be worth it for me. I'd do it. Single user license. Okay, yeah, I might check it out. Thank you. Okay. Yes, Lost Side says you can put the price or zeros. You can donate. Okay, so you have your choice about what you. Oh, I see now. I didn't notice this 15, 7, and custom amount. Well, I'd like to give them something for sure. If I use the app. I'm a big believer in, especially for smaller outfits, you gotta. It's good to contribute to them because it takes effort to make software. Okay, I see. Yeah, I'll check this out. Let me put a note to myself in my where is it? In my show notes, which is to check out PureRef. Check out PureRef after stream. There we go. Okay. Ooh, I got some good show notes here. Okay. What I'm going to do is find the Microsoft whiteboard. Microsoft whiteboard online. Let's see. Lost Side DKM says you can try once for free and then again. Okay, got it. So you can try it without having to buy it. Okay, makes sense. Okay, I've got the whiteboard up. And I got my show notes over there. You can't see the show notes. So, introduction. Again, this is... Let me put my face. There we go. Introduction. This is what I am calling my pressure sensitivity marathon. It's everything I know about pressure sensitivity for drawing tablets. Based on my measurements, my reading of documents, my discussions with tablet enthusiasts and tablet experts like Cube, and lots of feedback from people. And I'm hoping if you're joining me tonight that you'll share your experiences and your feedback live. And what's going to happen when I'm closer to, when the stream is over is this is going to be the basis for a pre-prepared video, pre-recorded video, where I have some, it's all built-in slides and it'll look quite slick. I cannot promise that video is going to be a 10-minute video. It's probably going to be an hour. This is a lot to cover, okay? And this stream is going to go on for a while. Trust me. Microsoft Journal app. Oh, let me note that down. It's been a long time since I tried the Microsoft Journal app. I've tried Microsoft Journal. I mean, this is a long time ago. I tried Journal, but I didn't really like it. But maybe it's changed. I used to use OneNote a lot, but I kind of fallen out of favor. It's kind of fallen out of favor with me. And right now I'm using Loop and Whiteboard. Whiteboard for you, and Loop for my show notes. Okay, let's begin here with, and I'm drawing on that Asus 16-inch pen display that arrived yesterday. So I'm pretty excited about this. Okay, so yes, this is my. Oops, why can't I draw? Oh boy. Okay, let's try this again. No, Microsoft Whiteboard app. Digital online whiteboard app. Yeah. Open whiteboard. Actually, you know what? While we're talking about whiteboard apps, I actually use, I have a subscription for Grok or Super Grok from X, and I actually asked it to create a whiteboard app for me. So I might actually do that again, because I was able to have it create kind of my perfect whiteboard app. And who knows, maybe next time we talk, I'll actually use my own whiteboard app for this. Because I have some specific things, like I want to make it easy to go back and forth between my whiteboards. And I don't know, save them as a PowerPoint or something. So I want those kinds of features. Okay, so today is, what is it called? Sorry, let me move my mouse out of the way. Today is pressure marathon. Okay? That is what this stream is all about. We're going to go through everything. Now, let's start from the beginning. And the way I would normally explain it is to just go through all these little details. But I'm trying to give you the big picture first, okay? What is pressure really about? What is drawing tablet pressure really about? And I used to say it was like, it was about, I talk about measuring this and IAF and max pressure. And all those things are true things. We'll talk about all of those things and what they mean. But the fundamental thing I want to get into your head, that controls this entire story, is that thinking about pressure is all about a certain relationship. Okay? And it's the relationship between physical pressure and logical pressure. Okay? That is it. There's a relationship between them. Really, the arrow should not go in both directions. Really, it should be more in from the left to the right. Okay? But that's really what it is. To understand how pens work, you have to understand just this thing. Or how pressure works. You have to understand this relationship. Okay? And how these two values relate. And how you can change that relationship. Because that control and how that relationship affects how you draw and what it feels like to draw. That is the fundamental thing about drawing tablet pressure. Okay? That's the overriding thing. Okay. So the pressure that we're talking about, I said something I just want to stress. This relationship is hardwired. It's hardwired in the hardware of the pen and the tablet. But that relationship, so in a sense, you can't change the hardware of the pen and you can't change the hardware of the tablet. So what does it mean to change the relationship? There are ways. Without changing the hardware, you can change the relationship, and that'll change how it feels to draw. Okay? So there are ways to modify the relationship. Now, I said it's physical to logical pressure. Oops, let me take a look at some comments here. Takino says, I recommend using Cursor for creating apps. Oh, thank you for that. I'm going to write that one down. I'm going to try it out. I want something a little more advanced, I think. I mean, I'm happy with Grok, but I'm just having it create single page things. And I've heard good things about Cursor, but I've never tried it out. So I'm going to write this, try Cursor. While we're on the Cursor and AI vibe coding app discussion, I just want to say I'm really excited by the idea of creating custom tools for the stream. Like apps that I would show you that might do silly specific things, but that would really, what's the right word? That would help me communicate certain things. Okay, you'll actually see, I think today, some of those apps, right? Instead of a diagram, an app would help you interactively understand, or help me at least interactively show you a thing, right? So I'm interested in creating a bunch of, again, they're just for the stream. They're not for apps for people to randomly use. They're for me to communicate better with you. So I'm really excited about that possibility. Let's see, Lost Side. I guess chat is quite a nerd, including myself, with loads of tools and info to share. That's what we like to hear. I actually got a comment. I'm going to show it to you. Where's my... Oh, wrong mouse. Okay. I'm going to show this to you. This is such a nice comment. I loved it. I loved it. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. They put it on the same screen as the whiteboard. Okay, take a look at this. Okay. This is actually to a pressure video about how many pressure levels do you need. The world needs nerds like you, and I love this comment. I said that's why I'm here. You know, you didn't miss much, Mir. You didn't miss much at all. I just said I'll show you what you missed. Just one slide. Just one slide. Right. So that was a nice little comment. Okay, so Mir, what you missed was, let me just quickly say it. Fundamentally, that this discussion is all about to understand pressure is all about a relationship between physical pressure and logical pressure. This relationship affects how the pen feels to draw. It affects certain good aspects of how the pen behaves, and this relationship is actually baked into the hardware of the pen and the tablet, but we can modify the relationship. So this is what people need to understand. This is what pressure is about, not just IAF and maximum pressure and all that, okay? So let's get a new whiteboard here. And I'm going to turn off touch on this tablet because I think it's going to be, I'm going to accidentally touch things. Give me a second. I actually forgot how to turn that off. There we go. I've turned off touch. Okay. Otherwise, I'm definitely going to accidentally click something. So, first the question is, what is physical pressure? Because that's the first part of the equation, right? So in human terms, physical pressure is how hard, this is level one of understanding physical pressures. How hard are you pressing down with a pen? Okay, that's the first thing you understand. Okay, now more specifically, here's the pen. Okay. And here's the surface of the tablet, and here's the nib. That's a very uneven tablet, but you get the idea. That's a really long nib too. It is the force right here, okay? Right there. It's the physical force at the tip of the pen. This is level 2 understanding. I know it seems all simple, but trust me, this will get more and more complicated. Okay. Now you may notice that I'm using the word pressure here, and I'm saying the word force here. Now you may, if you are more of a, if you're into the sciences, probably you notice there are units for pressure, like pounds per square inch. You've probably seen that one. I think Newton, is Newton a pressure? I can't remember. No, Newton's force. What is the SI unit for pressure? SI unit, it's pascals maybe? It is a pascal, okay? And that is newtons over like meters squared, okay? So it's force over an area. But we're not really talking about that with drawing tablet, okay? We're actually, when we say pressure with drawing tablets, we're actually talking about the force. And the force unit for us is going to be gram force. Okay? And what is a gram force? Gram force is not much. It's the force of 1 gram of matter, or it's the acceleration of 1 gram of matter at standard Earth gravity. Okay? Lost side DKM, you have suggestions? Let's hear them. Let's hear them, please. Always open to it. Now, when you see me write gram force, I'm going to say GF. So I'm not writing girlfriend, I'm writing gram force. Okay, GF. So how much force, how much physical force is gram force? Okay? Now, you will notice if you go to lots of documents on the web, if you go to lots of tablet reviews, if you go to the brand websites, you will see statements like this. This is like on XP Pen's website. It'll say the IAF of whatever pen is, or 3 grams, right? Well, this cannot be correct. That is not correct. No. Grams is using a mass. What they should be saying is that the IAF is 3 gram force. But we'll forgive them. We'll forgive them. It is understandable why someone would say grams and not gram force. But, let's make sure we got the science correct. Okay? Okay. So and sometimes even I make the mistake, and I say gram. If you hear me say it, just replace it in your head with gram force. Okay? So this is what we're measuring. And the reason I'm spending so much time on this is I just want to just drill it into your head that physical pressure is a physical unit. It's something that exists in the real world. Okay? It isn't abstract. Okay? Because we're going to deal with some abstract numbers later. That's what we want to talk about. And we'll talk about abstract things later. Okay. Now, let's take a look at my show notes. Now we're going to talk about how... let's talk about how pressure is actually measured. Okay? Let's go and create a new whiteboard here. Mir, I see you have a question here. Can the weight of the pen affect... The weight of the pen doesn't really affect the pressure, but it affects how your hand works with pressure, I would say. So that's a good... Let me write that down as a question. And we will get to it later in the stream. How's that? Does the weight of the pen affect pressure? Good question. The answer is No, but it affects some other things, basically. Yeah, right? Okay. So how is pressure measured? Now, first of all, I want to just make sure everyone's on the same page here. And you guys have all seen this word, EMR, okay? And we know that stands for electromagnetic. That's a really bad M. Wow. That is a terrible M. Magnetic resonance. I actually made a video about how EMR pens works. And it's a complicated video. I'm not going to tell everything about it. Oh, Cube is here. Arguably, newtons are a more correct unit than gram force, but grams are quite convenient. Yeah, I think it would, I thought about talking about newtons, actually, in my videos and in this stream, but I just thought I'm going to deal with things that humans would be difficult to deal with, right? Like, I would have to say, like, the IAF is, I don't know, I'm making this up. Don't take it literally. Actually, let me find out here. What would 3 gram force in newtons be? Oh, come on. Oh, yeah, okay. 1 gram force is 0.0098 newtons. I'm rounding a little bit. So it's just not convenient. It's not convenient. Mir says, I think my question is pointless as there are a lot less battery pens now. Okay, I see. Yeah, the battery pens are heavier. Okay, now, let me just say it like this. Wacom, I'm not sure if I'd say Wacom invented EMR. I would say they brought EMR to drawing tablets, okay? And the full description of how EMR works is a lot to get into in this video. But what you need to know about EMR is just a couple of things. Number one, the tablet sends a signal, electromagnetic signal, to the pen. Now this is interesting because the signal essentially carries power. So as you are using your pen, many times a second, it's getting the signal from the tablet and it's getting power from that signal. And it's a very tiny amount of power, but it's using that power to do things. Okay? It's actually using that power to figure some things out, specifically pressure, by the way. 3, so the tablet and the pen go through the send-receive cycle, like many times a second, okay? And so the tablet's sending a little power, just power to the pen, and then the pen responds back with its own signal. Now, the tablet is not being powered by the pen, but the signal, what happens is the pen encodes pressure information in the signal, okay? Now, a Wacom pen, there's many ways of encoding this information in that signal, but Wacom pens do it digitally, okay? And there's different ways of digitally doing it. Non-Wacom pens, they think they used to do, and by the way, sorry, Wacom has been doing this digital encoding for decades. Non-Wacom pens, I think they have switched now to digital, but for a long time they were like analog, okay? So what I'm trying to get across to you here is that when we talk about how pens are measuring pressure, it's hooked into this EMR thing, okay? It's using this mechanism of EMR to get enough power to measure the pressure, and it's getting enough, and it's using the signal it's sending back to encode the pressure information to the tablet, send it back. Let's see. Centinewtons are often used for forces like this. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I think at this very second this is the first time I've heard of a centinewton. Well, Mir, to your question, look, I think pen tablets are great for people. I think lots of people think pen displays are the best, but many people, try pen displays and go back to pen tablets. So neither one is better. It just depends on what you want, right? Let me, since you are asking this, Mira, I'm gonna send you a link. I think I may have sent you this before, but I know that people. Let's see, how do I send you this link? Because I'll send it in the YouTube chat instead of the Discord chat. So let's just go there. Hang on. I have a document called Pen Tablets versus Pen Displays. And you should read it if you haven't already. And I'll paste it in chat. And that encapsulates my thoughts, Mir. Okay? There we go. Okay. So, EMR, pressure builds on top of EMR, uses EMR, okay? And what I'm going to describe to you is how Wacom does things. And, you know, other older pens from Huion and XP Pen have done things a little differently. But they're moving, I think, toward the Wacom way. But no matter what, how the pen is measuring pressure ultimately is just an implementation detail. Everything I'm going to talk about applies to any EMR pen, whether it uses the Wacom technique or a slightly older technique, right? So nothing here specific to Wacom. It applies to every pen you've ever seen. That's an EMR pen. Some of it may even apply to Apple Pencils, but how Apple Pencils work is different, right? So I can't promise that everything I say is going to apply, but I'm sure a lot of it actually does. Okay, so let's just take a look. And there's many components inside an EMR pen, but I'm going to focus on just the key ones that are about pressure. So the tablet, just to make it simple for me, the tablet is on the left, okay? And the nib, I'm going to draw this is really not, you know, sort of not to scale. So it's nib, right? The nib is held, nib is plastic, and it itself is being held by a kind of, it's a thing that holds the nib, okay? There's something that holds the nib. The nib is plastic, and I'm simplifying things as well. Like there's I'm going to call this the nib holder. Really clever name, right? And it's just supposed to, it's something so the nib will fit in and it won't like fall out. That's its only purpose, okay? And then behind the nib is a very complicated piece of equipment called a spring, okay? And that's because you know, it'll just push back on the nib a little bit. And then behind that spring is a disc. This disc is really small. It's probably something like 2 millimeters in diameter and 1 millimeter thick. It may even be smaller than that. But this is a pressure sensor. Now, to be specific, this is a piezoelectric pressure sensor, okay? And a piezoelectric material is a material that, as it gets pressed on, meaning it's physically deforming, it will sort of change a voltage in a circuit. So Wikipedia actually has a little, nice little diagram. Give me a second, and you'll just see it in action. It's a little diagram. Piezoelectric effect. Piezoelectricity. And I say piezo. Some people, I've heard some people say piezo. I'm not sure people really know what to say. Okay, I've almost found it. 1 second. Okay. Here's Wikipedia's diagram for the piezoelectric effect. Okay, and I don't know why that did not that zoomed in. It's supposed to zoom in. Let's see if this is. There we go. So you see there's force on the sensor, and it changes this voltage. Mirror, yeah, do not drop the pen. Do not drop the pen. And oddly enough, the piezoelectric sensor is not likely to break. But there's other stuff that I have not drawn in this diagram, which is likely to break. Specifically, a ferrite rod or a ferrite core or something. It's delicate. It's delicate. Do not drop your pen. Do not drop your pen. To be truthful, lots of times you drop the pen and nothing happens, but like, trust me, I've heard of people who dropped their pen like 3 straight times, 7 straight times, and they've just broken it every time. Yeah, and even they dropped it on carpet. Okay, so avoid it. So this is the pressure sensor. Okay, now Wacom's been using one of these for a long time. I think I haven't disassembled a newest Huion PW600 pen or X3 Pro pen, but from XP Pen, but I think they also may be using these. Okay, I just can't remember. Okay. Oh, look at this. It says piezo in Greek. It's Greek, obviously, to squeeze or press. So you can see how that works. Okay. So now there's something I'm not drawing here. Okay. Now I'm sort of gonna bend this pen in a funny way, or maybe I can draw it with enough space here. Can I? Let's see if I can just move this. Move this over a little. Oh, I can. Okay, fantastic. Okay. So, this is a wire. Okay? And here's another wire. And then there's a small little PCB, printed circuit board in the pen. And then I don't know, people who are electrical engineer people, and electronics people are gonna laugh at me. But there's all sorts of like, I don't know, weird components here, right? I'm just drawing junk, okay? There's some like electronics here. I don't know what you'd call them exactly. So what's it do? It detects that change delta in voltage, right? And I'm going a little bit in the weeds here, but you could think of it as it converts it to some number, okay? We don't actually know what this information is being converted to, right? We don't know what kind of number it is, if it's an integer or a floating point. We don't know the range of the number. I don't really know if it's really a number, but I assume it is, okay? If you have some thoughts, I'd love to know. If it helps you, you could think of this number as 0 to 1,000,000, okay? Doesn't really matter. Just pick a number that's, it's a lot. And it's somehow related to the voltage. Maybe we'll call it the voltage number, right? Maybe that's a good way of thinking about it. Maybe we should just call it that. Because I want you to understand, this number is not a pressure level. That's the first thing. Okay, it is not the pressure level. I'm going to repeat this a couple of times. The pen knows nothing about pressure levels. Okay? Nothing. It has no clue what a pressure level is. I will tell you later on how pressure levels are invented and created or synthesized and why we believe this to be true. Okay? So this is important. This number is like, let's say it's from the voltage. Obviously, it's related to the pressure. Now, another thing. If you press down with a pen, you can be pressing down with, 10 gram force, right? This number is just this weird abstract number. Like, it's not, we can measure that the pen is pressing down at 3 gram force, but the pen doesn't know it's 3 gram force or 10 or what. It doesn't know. It just has this relative number, right, based on this voltage. And that's important to understand because the pen is not like a scale. It is measuring some force, but it doesn't know the actual physical force you're applying. It just knows some related number, okay? So the pen's number itself is kind of a logical number. It's divorced a little bit separated from the actual physical measurement, okay? I hope that made sense, and I'm curious if anyone has any thoughts. If it's confusing, let me know. We'll straighten it out. Okay. Now, next, what happens? And this is simple. Here's the tablet, and you probably know there's a digitizer inside the tablet. We can draw it like a grid. It's not literally a grid, but we'll draw it that way. And the pen is here, and the pen is sending that signal. Remember, it's like many times a second. It's sending the signal back to the tablet. and the this number, I'll just put N there, is encoded into the signal. How it's encoded is really complicated or simple or whatever. It doesn't really matter, but that circuitry is doing that, or those electronics are doing that, right? So just keep that in mind. This is what is happening with the pen. And so some key points to remember. Pen measures pressure. Cube, you need to, please, could you tell me what is a load cell? I'm actually not, Cube knows all this stuff, but I'm not very familiar with these terms. Pen measures pressure. Tablet does not. Tablet has no clue about pressure. Now, how do we know this? Right? First of all, the design docs say this. Number two, and this is a little hard to demonstrate, but let me hold this moving cup. Okay? And let me put my face on camera. You can do this yourself, by the way. Take your tablet, and obviously if you press down like this, you know, your pen will say there's pressure. Keep the tip of the pen about within 10 millimeters or 15 millimeters of the surface. Don't touch the pen of the tablet. Instead, touch it to your fingertip. Okay? And you can touch it like this if you want. You can, you don't have to do it like sideways. But the pen will report pressure. And that's just further evidence. It's the pen that knows pressure, not the tablet. Okay? Let's see. Yeah, probably too impractical, imprecise to get one so small to have pressure levels we need. The thing in a scale that gets the weight is a type of load cell. Oh, I see. So it's a thing that actually gives you the actual physical measurement. Mir, you tried it? Right? So that's the proof. That's the proof. It's the pen measuring pressure. There's nothing inside here to measure pressure. Nothing. Nothing. Okay? Now, this leads to an interesting question which I need to address, which is, we talk about certain aspects of a pen. Which ones come from the pen and which ones come from the tablet? A lot of people get this confused. So I'm going to put a little table here. Okay? Let me show you a little table. Okay? So, on the left will be pen, and on the right will be tablet. Okay? So, the question is, which detects what? Pen detects pressure. But the position is determined by the tablet. Pen doesn't know where it is. The tablet knows where the pen is. Okay? Tilt. An EMR pen doesn't know its tilt. The tablet detects the tilt. Okay? What else? Barrel rotation, I actually don't know. I think barrel rotation is tablet as well. I don't think I'm pretty sure. I'm going to put this here. Barrel rotation. If anyone disagrees, let me know. Right? I think that's also tablet. The pen knows its pressure, though. The pen knows that its buttons are being pressed. The pen buttons, at least. And obviously it knows the eraser. And the eraser, by the way, is just another nib. Okay? So that's what the pen knows. It doesn't know where it is. Okay? Okay, let's see. Q is written down. Wikipedia has a good definition. As the force applied to the load cell increases, the signal changes proportionally. I get it. Okay, now I understand maybe how to explain this. Because, because this is going to come up later in this video or this stream, which is there's no proportional, the numbers coming back from the pen are not proportional to how you're actually pressing. It's going to be very obvious. Okay, this is good. Thank you. Thank you, Cube. I didn't know what to call a device that had that relationship. Okay. Now, just I want to talk about this meaning of the pen detects pressure. Okay? This actually is, it has some consequence for us. Okay? Okay, so consequences. Man, I'm going deeper than I intended to, by the way. Consequences. of pen measuring pressure. Consequence number 1. Mir said it earlier. Don't drop your pen. I misspelled your pen. Do not drop your pen. Okay? This is a really, really bad idea. Because the EMR things can break and the pressure stuff can break. So just do not do it. Okay? Number 2. This is with the topic of, quote, upgrades. Let me ask you a question. Let's suppose I don't have 2 tablets around with me, but pretend that this piece of paper is a tablet, okay? I have a tablet, and I'm thinking about buying another tablet, okay? And this new tablet uses the same pen as the old tablet. If what I'm concerned about is how pressure works, should I get the new tablet? Well, they use the same pen. It is true the tablet can be doing some interesting things, which we'll talk about, but like, if it uses the same pen, why would the pressure experience be different? Because it's the pen that controls the pressure experience, not the tablet. Okay? Okay. So you just gotta... Okay. And number 3 is like replacements. And this is gonna tee up a topic for later, which is if you have a pen and you get the same model. I know these are different pens, but if you get the same model, what's the chances the new model or is going to behave the same way? Sorry, these are the same model, okay? But once you have one, you're getting a new one just as a backup. What are the chances they'll behave exactly the same? How do we know they would? How would we, right? Okay, so like, we don't know those things. And by the way, the answer is, we don't know. We just literally don't know. The only way to find out is to do some measurements, okay? You'll see, as we'll talk about later, there's some variant. Even if the same pen, the same model, different units have some variance. Some have more, some have less, right? You're making me paranoid about dropping pens. Good. It's a good paranoia to have. It's a real good paranoia to have. And if you want to be paranoid, honestly, I'll tell everyone, when you buy a tablet, buy a second pen as a backup. Get a second pen. There's pens, okay, I'm making a slight joke here, okay? It's as if EMR pens have a technology to, when they sense you have a deadline for a job or school, and they just, the pressure won't work 24 hours before the deadline, okay? They just know they have detection technology for that. So that's a joke, that's not true. But, get a spare pen. If you don't have a spare pen, get one. But I recommend you buy a tablet, get another pen. It'll save your life, because you'll lose your pen, you'll break it, or it'll just have a weird problem. And even if you don't get a problem, it'll also help you debug issues, because if the problem happens with one pen, not the other, the problem is with the pen. Okay. Mir asks, is diagonal wobble caused by the pen? Our theory is it's not pen related, that it's primarily driven by the tablet and how the tablet is sensing the position of the pen. Having said that, I don't know if I've tested that enough to say that with super confidence. I mean, I'm not absolutely certain, but I believe it is because of how the digitizer in the tablet, and I believe Cube has mentioned that it may be due to the smoothing algorithms to deal with, right, that cause some wobbling, diagonal wobble. Let's see, someone says, I have 2 Wacom Art pens, and 2, that's a good number to have. That's a rare pen, so that's good. And 3 more as a backup. Good, that's the way to do it. For anyone wondering, I have, hang on. I have a lot of Pro Pen 3s, okay? And I have 7 or 8 Pro Pen 2s, And I think I have over 100 drawing tablet pens, right? Remember, I have a lot of tablets, so I end up with a lot of pens. Okay, I need water. How's everyone thinking? What's everyone thinking about the content of the stream? Is this deep enough for you? Right? Is this going to the... will the second part of the stream on drawing tab... Oh, yeah. I did part 1 with the Tablet Kitten, but I think Tablet Kitten and I, we both realized to do part 2 we need Cube. So I'll talk to Cube. Maybe we'll set up some time and see if he'd be willing to walk through some of the deep lore for the iceberg. Let's see, Lost ID Cam. He is Bill Gates of Wacom Pen consumer, and see that you have also joined it. Okay, so consequences of dropping your pen. Okay, let me look at my show notes to see where I'm at. I have so much more to go. You would not even believe this. Mir, to your question, the answer is no. The Huion PW550 pen does not work with a GS1333. You need to get a PW600 series pen. Okay. Okay. So EMR Wacom versus Okay. Now we get to the next topic, which is pressure levels. Okay, and there's lots to say about pressure levels, as there is about every other topic. I'm gonna have 500 pages of this. Okay. So let's take a look at physical pressure and the range of physical pressure. Now, this stuff is easy. This is not going to be difficult. If you think about a scale of physical pressure that goes from left to right, and this is 0 gram force, okay? Now, every pen has its own pressure range it supports. So I'm going to sort of think about a hypothetical pen, okay? And we'll see there's going to be variations between pens and pen models, but with my hypothetical EMR pen, let's pretend it has an every pen has a pressure range it can detect. And that range has a lower and upper bound, a physical pressure range, okay? The lower bound of, you can't see what I'm drawing. The lower bound of what a pen can detect is, obviously it's over 0 gram force. It's gonna be here. And it's going to be something like 3 gram force, okay? 3 gram force is a very common IAF value, initial activation force, okay? Now, I'm not drawing this thing to scale. Actually, 3 gram force is going to be really close to 0, but I'm showing it a little bit further away just so it's easier to see. And then I'm going to let the scale go over here because it just goes off to infinity, right? And the upper end, the upper bound for how much pressure this specific pen can detect, let's go ahead and say it's 300 gram force. 300 gram force, okay? Just easy numbers to deal with, okay? They're both reasonable numbers. I mean, they're kind of accurate. Lots of pens can deal with 300 gram force. If you had a pen that had a 300 gram maximum pressure, that's good. That'd be good. There's some that are better. There's some that are worse. That's a good number. So this is the IAF at 3 gram force. That's the lower bound. 300 is the max pressure. These are physical pressures. And so, obviously, the max minus IAF equals the pressure range. Now, what is, in this specific pen, the max is 300, the IAF is 3. What does that mean? So the pressure range is 300 minus 3, which is 297, the last time I checked. So the maximum pressure, so because the IAF is pretty small value in comparison, like maximum pressures are like in the hundreds of gram force, but the IAF is like usually less than 5. And often it's less than 3, okay? And sometimes it's less than 1, so it's pretty close to 0 compared to 300 gram force. The IF is small compared to the maximum pressure. And what that means is the pressure range and the maximum pressure for this pen are very similar numbers, right? 297 and 300. And they're always going to be really close numbers, okay? And the significance here is about communication, because even though they kind of represent different things, they're almost interchangeable. If I say a pen has a high maximum pressure, what that means is it has a wide pressure range. If I say a pen has a narrow pressure range, it means it has a low maximum pressure, okay? So these are just some basic terms we need to understand. IAF, maximum pressure, and pressure range. And just remember, pressure range and maximum pressure are kind of interchangeable, okay? Okay, so now that you know that, remember this pressure range is what the pen can detect. However, pens are subject to any pressure outside that range. So we have to figure out, it's pretty obvious a pen can measure, what's inside the range, but we also have to answer what happens when a pen is subjected to force outside the range. In other words, less than the IAF and more than the max pressure. We need to understand that, okay? Okay, so let's start a new picture here. Sorry, where's my new whiteboard? So, now, the physical pressure is like what a scale would measure. Remember, the pen is taking the physical pressure and converting it to a voltage, and that's being digitized into some number. Let's call it the voltage number or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But we should kind of understand what's happening here, okay? And when I say voltage number, you got to understand, we don't know what the pen is literally doing with that piezoelectric sensor. I'm sort of inferring this, and you can think of it almost like an illustrative, like I'm doing it for the purposes of illustration, so that the next part will make sense, and the next part is pressure levels. Okay. So let's get back to this physical scale, and again we got 300, which is the max. And then we have 0, obviously. And then we have 3 gram force, which is the IAF. Okay? Now, and the pen, so this is the actual physical force, right? What a scale would detect at tip. And what happens is, this is just a logical diagram. The sensor detects it, and then somewhere here, you could think of it as like we get a voltage change, and somewhere there, this is all inside the pen so far, and then somewhere inside the pen that itself gets converted to a number, okay? And I said earlier, we don't know what the number is, we don't know its value, we don't know its range, but just to keep our head simple, we could pretend that this number, this voltage, let me write that word voltage a bit better, is being converted to a number between 0 and 1 million, right? For this range, right? So somehow these numbers are going now from, oops, I drew that in the wrong place. I'll erase it. So this is 0, and then this is converts to the IAF. And we'll just say that when we get here, it's a million. I'll do it like 1M, okay? Now, this is interesting because actually these numbers are a little bit like in a range. Like 0 isn't just this value. Anything less than, or actually let me back up. This number is then sent to the tablet, okay? So this is actually in the pen. The tablet, so it sends the tablet. And the reason I don't really want to talk about this intermediate voltage thing is what really matters is the pressure levels. Yeah, we can do that, Mir. We can absolutely do that. Maybe next stream I'll turn on. Do you think you're talking about a dedicated magma stream, or just have a magma thing turned on for people to sketch with as we draw, as I stream? Okay. So what does the tablet actually do with all this information? It creates pressure levels. Okay, so let's just, we talk about 8,000 pressure levels. Let's just pretend they're like on the order of 10. And that'll help us understand everything. So it's 0 through 10, okay? So now the tablet creates these pressure levels. So let's start with, I'm gonna do this in a different color. Okay, hopefully this will, it's probably, I need a different color than that. I'll use red. A dedicated stream? Okay, I can do that. So now we're in the world of pressure levels. Okay? So this is important. These are all segments. So there's a pressure level 0. And starting up here, let me draw this red line for the scale. And this goes on to, this is going to be pressure level 10. Okay? And just hold this in your head for a minute. Let me make sure I remember this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this isn't going to be exact, but you get 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay, so each one of these is a range. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay? You getting it? So these pressure levels, let's just pretend we have about 10 of them. They're actually just segmenting. If you think about it, they're somehow related to the pressure, physical pressure. Okay? Now, I'm going to erase this voltage thing because it's not going to be helpful for us actually. Right? That's just a detail. Now this diagram has some misleading elements to it. Now the question is, how do these numbers relate to the physical pressure? Because remember, Cube was talking earlier, and we were saying that the sensor doesn't give you a proportional physical value. It doesn't give you a value that's proportional to the physical pressure. So how do these numbers map? And even though it does not perfectly map, we know a few things. Okay? We know, for example, that pressure level 0 must sort of by def, doesn't even matter what the IF of the pen is. We know that pressure level 0 is mapped in some sense to any force less than the IAF. We know that, okay? That's pressure level 0. We know that pressure level 10, which is the maximum pressure, we know that that has to be the max physical pressure or greater. Okay? So we know this, right? So we can kind of draw a line here. Let me erase this a little bit. At the separation between 0 and 1, we can kind of draw a line there to 3 gram force. And here we can kind of draw a line to 300, which is the max. Okay? Now here's a good question. Can we do this? Can we draw a line straight down for each one of these separations so we know where the ranges for each pressure level begin and end? Well, I can physically draw these lines, but this is not accurate. They do not map this way because of, how Cube mentioned it earlier. We talked about the load cell or a hypothetical, how this might work. It's not proportional. It's not linear. It's completely not linear. It's not obvious. This is why the diagram's not great. It makes you think the pressure ranges, the levels evenly divide the physical pressure range, but that's not what happens, and I'll show you exactly what that is. It's very weird and different, actually. And a simple way, which is going to come up later, of understanding this, let me erase these lines. Where's the eraser? Yeah, there we go. Another way of thinking about this problem, I use a kind of visual representation, which is how do these lines get drawn from the beginning and end at the segment boundaries? Another way of thinking about this is, you see it says 3 gram force over here and 300. If I draw a line in the middle at 150 gram force, right? Oops. I accidentally turned on the highlighter. I did not mean to do that. 150 gram force, thereabouts. So basically in the middle of the pressure range. The question is, where would 150 line up with, roughly speaking, you know, like 5? And actually, this is kind of a variation of what I said earlier. It's not going to. In fact, what you're going to see is more like 150 is going to be, let's see, it's about halfway through. It'll probably be more like this. It'll probably map more like the 7. Okay? And it seems weird, but you'll see it in action. Trust me, you'll see this in action. And in fact, well, what number will map to the middle of the pressure valve? Probably right about here. Right about, I'm going to randomly pick a number here, 70. 70 here will actually map to like 5. Really weird, right? Really weird, but that is what actually happens. Okay? And we could draw different lines, but there's a different way of looking at this which will make it all make sense. And that's what brings us to our next thing. So let's draw a graph which has 2 axes. So physical pressure here and logical pressure here. Okay? And I need to take a drink of water. This is logical? No. Yeah. Oh, I cannot even draw the word logical. Which is, in other words, it's the pressure level. Okay? Now, let's pretend they're just 10 pressure levels. And we'll say this begins at, this is the pressure, physical pressure scale. So this is 0 GF. This is 3 GF. And this is, you know, I got to keep these kind of here, 300 GF. Okay? So now I'm going to draw what I'm going to draw is not true, but it's a starting point to find out what is true. Okay. So let's start with what happens to all the physical pressure less than, less than the IF. Well, on the y-axis, it will return as 0, pressure level 0. So I'll draw red here. Okay. And I'm going to have to divide this in a funny way, but okay. And then there's some segment here which will kind of do this. So this will be 1. Let's see, this will be 2, 3, 4 is right here. 5, 6 is here. 7 is here, and 8. Something like this, okay? And then 10 will be up there or whatever. But basically, it's a linear, right? You see stair steps because we only have 10 pressure, right? And if we had 40 pressure values, it would look more like this. Let me erase this. Right? You just get tinier stair steps, right? That's when you have more pressure. But returning back to what this actually looks like, even with 10 or 40, it doesn't look like this at all. In fact, let me redraw this with a different. The relationship is, again, not linear. It's not linear. Now, to keep it more abstract, instead of talking about specifically 3 gram force and 300 gram force, I'm going to draw this to represent all kinds of pens that have all kinds of initial activation forces So this is going to be kind of a template. Okay, so we'll still have 0, but instead of saying 3 gram force, I'm going to say IAF, right? Instead of saying 300 gram force, I'm going to say max pressure. Okay, so these are symbolic. And then for the pressure, I'm going to, instead of doing, pressure level 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm going to treat it as a percentage. This means then we can account for any pressure, any number of pressure levels. So 0% pressure and to 100% pressure. I already told you the relationship is not like this. Okay? And let me draw a line. Okay. Let me draw a line here so it's easier for me. Okay. Again, getting back to what I just drew, this is not the relationship. That's incorrect. It's not linear like that. It's actually like this. Oops. Drew it in a funny way for me. Okay. Now remember, in reality also, I want to do one more thing here, which is, remember that this actually goes over, right? So I just want to show you what happens when the pen goes beyond its maximum pressure. Like you're pressing down harder than it can register. It'll just keep on registering at 100%. Okay? So, let me finish this percentage here. Okay? So this is the abstract shape for all pens. Okay? But basically we can ignore anything above max. I just want to make sure you knew what happens when you go beyond that, right? It's this shape. And let me just redraw that shape again. It'll look like this. This shape is the relationship between the physical pressure to the logical pressure. This is the relationship that is so important to understand. Once you understand this shape and how to tweak it, you can change how your pen's behavior, how your pen behaves, okay? Now, this diagram, I have a name for this, not just the diagram, but this concept, okay? Because all of this is driven by how the hardware behaves. So if you measure, if you press hard enough, it'll go back to 0. Wait, you've seen a pen do that? I haven't. Maybe I haven't pressed hard enough. It's interesting though. I guess I've never really tried to go all the way like to some crazy value. But you've seen that, it sounds like. That's interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that at all. I would not have guessed that at all. Okay, so what do I call this? I actually don't have a good name for this exactly. I have one I'm going to use, but Cube, if you have a better idea, please let me know. This shape of this is what I call a pressure response diagram. Or, right, that's the kind of diagram it is. Pressure response diagram. Okay? And it tries to relate, this kind of diagram relates physical to logical pressure. Now, one more thing, because this is gonna get confusing later on. You see how this curves? Obviously, it curves. There's no doubt about that. This is so important. This is not a pressure curve. I know it looks like one. It is not a pressure curve, okay? Pressure curves are different in the units they use, and they're different in what they mean, okay? We will get to there. But this talks about the relationship between physical pressure, so gram force, to logical pressure, pressure levels, or a percentage, an abstract, number, okay? Pressure curves we'll see are quite different, even though they might have a visual similarity. Now, how do you construct one of these? Okay, you take a scale and you push the pen down, and then you look at Krita. The scale is like underneath this, right? And then it has a readout, and you take a look at the scale, and the scale will say, here's how hard I'm detecting you press. And then you take a look at Krita or something, some app, and it'll say, oh, you're pressing down, pressure's 100%. And if you plot these points, you'll get this. And I know some of you probably don't believe me, but I'll show you. Let's see. Cube says, some Wacom pens pop open. Wow. How hard are you? That's interesting. Let's see. Since the pressure is pushing back against the back of the pen, not the front, so in the front and the back are only connected by friction. That will come. Oh, interesting. I hadn't considered that at all. Interesting. Mir says, "Can you weaken the sensor?" I hope Cube can address that as well. I believe it's possible. I believe the metal nib had some effect, though I don't know how, because the metal nib in the pen I tested doesn't touch the sensor. And maybe I didn't measure correctly, but I felt like it did change the IAF. Okay. I've been playing Krita for 30 hours. I always forget. I leave Krita on, and then since I purchased it through Steam, it counts as a game, and it's so weird. People think I'm on Krita all the time. Okay. So this is the type of diagram, and the question is, if you go plot these points, if you actually go, what will you actually see with actual pens? I'll show you. I have done this for 70 pens, something like that, okay? He was joking. I don't know, because the pen breaks, is that it? I don't catch jokes very well. Or when people are kidding, or being sarcastic, I don't catch it. Okay, I'm going to show you a picture. This is me actually collecting data, and I have all my data's on GitHub. All my data's on GitHub, so you can feel free to challenge my measurements. Okay, hang on. I got to figure out where is this file. Blogs. Okay, I think I found it. Yeah. Here we go. So this is how I measure things, right? Here's the scale, and I use this lever to hold the pen in place, right? And there's a digital readout on the scale, and then I look in Krita or something for the actual measurements, and I plot these points, okay? Now, here is what it actually looks like. Here's how many? 70? Yeah. 70 different pens. Take a look at this. What do you notice? Oops, not that. Sorry. What do you notice? So a couple of points here about this. Number one, you're probably noticing there's a lot of hey, these aren't super close to 3 gram force. That's due to me. Number one, I'm not really good at measuring IAF. Some of it might be due to the pen. Some of it's due to I'm not good at measuring near the IAF. Okay. So generally, I would say don't pay too close attention to the lower left part. Assume everything goes to about 3 gram force or lower. Okay. What you want to pay attention to is this thing. Look at where these end up when they get to 100% pressure, logical pressure. Now, each one of these is a measurement of one pen, okay? So there's 70 lines here. What do you notice? Some pens their maximum pressure is, I don't know, I would guess that's 150, 170 maybe, okay? Yeah, I think it's 150. Look at this one. By the way, I know the identities of these pens, okay? This one is I would guess that's, it's probably almost 900, This one, okay? It's maximum pressure. But there's a wide variation. Now, don't worry. Different pens models have different variation, but I just want to let you know I haven't measured this, okay? And I can tell you which pens end up here and why that's good, and which pens end up here. And max pressure, essentially is the same as pressure range. And there is some sense I have about what's a good pressure range for you to have, okay? And I believe this pen that ended up here, these pens here are Pro Pen 2, by the way. These ones that get into the 800, 900 range. I think they're all Pro Pen 2. One of these in the 700 range may be Pro Pen 2 as well. But yeah, Pro Pen 2's got the highest maximum pressure. Whether it's good to have such a high maximum pressure, we will discuss. Okay? And what to do if it's too much for you. Okay. So, let's get back. Let's unhide this. And let me take a look at my notes here. Okay, yeah. So all pens that I've ever measured that are EMR pens have this curved shape. And what you need to, and so you can see all of them have this non-linear, the hardware of the pen has a non-linear relationship between the physical pressure that it experiences and the logical pressure, the pressure value, the pressure level number that it gives the computer. Okay? The shape of this curve and how wide it is, meaning the maximum pressure, affects things. And we need to understand, and we're going to cover what the effects are and what you should do about them. Okay? Okay, now we're going to sort of go back and cover IAF and maximum pressure. One thing I've discovered in my conversations with people is, and I mean people, people on Reddit who need help, YouTube reviewers, is there is no clear expectation of IAF and maximum pressure. We're going to fix that in this stream. We're going to give you at least my opinion of the expectations, and I hope Cube will pipe in as well. So let's get back to the whiteboard, wherever the heck I put it. I think this was the whiteboard. Yeah, okay. Yes. Rain, that was a Pro Pen 2. And we'll look at the pens. We'll look at the pens, right? Trust me, I will not leave any of you wondering about what this data is actually saying. Okay. So, and hang on a second. I need to bring up another thing here. Oh. I'm going to show you something funny because I did have a slide, but I didn't show it because I thought it would be weird to show this. I wanted to show you what 1 gram force looks like on a scale, and here's what it looks like. And when I took this photo, I suddenly realized that showing people a picture of salt on the scale, there's a nib there which doesn't even register, by the way. First of all, it's not clear how much salt that is. Number two, some people may think that it's not salt. And I didn't want to mislead people that it might be some kind of other substance. Right? Okay? So that's, so it's not, actually 1 gram was actually more than I expected. And I actually, believe it or not, had a conversation with my dietitian about this. And I told her, I said, wow, I didn't realize how much salt 1 gram was. That's a lot of salt. I always thought 1 gram was not a lot, but it's a tremendous amount of salt. Okay. Let's see, what did I want to show you? Yeah. The question is, let's develop some expectations around IAF and maximum pressure. Okay, so I have. Okay, I'm gonna draw this because people may have feedback. Okay, so IAF is a small range, actually, right? So I'm gonna draw it like this. Oops, let me get the black pen so that's more easy to see. So this is gonna be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Okay? These are all gram force. Okay? So I'll just go ahead and write gram force everywhere. Actually, I won't write it everywhere. Everyone understands what I'm doing. Okay. Okay, I'll just maybe put it at 0 and 10. And then I'll draw the scale. So we don't need to be concerned about is there, Steffley12 asks, is there such a thing as accuracy of the pressure sensor, like how accurately it maps physical to logical? I don't think of it that way. I think there's noise in the pressure sensor, right? I think that there's non-linearity in the pressure sensor. Because it doesn't claim that it will, I can give you an example. If the value of, if pressure level 10 means 1 gram force, it doesn't mean that pressure level 20 means 2, right? Like, there's no linear relationship. So it's not trying to be accurate in that way. I think maybe, is it repeatable? In my testing, yes. So in other words, if you test it several times, you'll find it'll produce the same results. Tablet Kitten has said that the pressure sensor is sensitive to temperature. And I believe she said that in her experience, she's put pens in the refrigerator and she's found that they actually have, I think, lower IAF when they're colder than when they're warmer. So that's a kind of inaccuracy depending on temperature, right? I've not tried that. She keeps asking me to do it. I will do it one day for sure. See, I found the clip, sent it on Discord. Thank you. OC player BTMC scratched so much he tasted it. Oh, he tasted the surface of the tablet. That means he tasted like his own sweat and skin cells. I don't know. Should we take a look at it? Okay, hang on. I think we need to. Live stream. Okay. We're going to do this. We're going to take a look at this. Let me, okay. I know you can't hear it. I'm working on it. This is, oh, I know what's going on here. Hang on. You shouldn't be able to hear it, but if you are, let me know.
Shit!
Okay.
Oh man, that's pretty bad. Oh, what the heck?
Sorry, I need to turn off the mute and play through so I can hear it. Okay, let's hear it. You should be able to hear it in a second.
Yo, chat. Y'all see this shit? You literally see like the bits of plastic shaving off onto my tablet. Oh, what the heck? Hold on. Oh shit! Oh man, that's pretty bad. Oh, what the heck?
Wow. Okay, interesting. I wonder what that white stuff was. Tablet crust is the title of the video. Interesting. Thanks for sharing that, Mir. Okay, let me close this. And we have some comments here. It's definitely 12. I found my SenseLab tablet not as sensitive to small changes in pressure compared to ProPen 2. That could be, which we're going to get to, is that they have adjusted, the hardware is a bit different. It could be that they've done an adjustment to their pressure response, and we'll talk about what that might have been, right? Okay, so let me close this window. Let's get back to the whiteboard. Okay, so this is going to be what I think. Here's how I think you should think about IAF. Okay. So let me do it to make it easier. Let me erase some of these GFs because it's getting hard to read with them. It makes it look like I'm writing some weird things. Okay. So here's what I would say, and I want your feedback. I'm gonna put mine on top, and we'll see if anyone disagrees. I think excellent is. Let me do some dots here. Okay, here, this is excellent. I didn't even spell the word excellent correctly. Excellent. Okay. So that's 1 gram force or less. I think it was excellent. Okay. So who is in this category? This is the ProPen 2. This is the ProPen 3. This is basically it's Wacom ProPens. Not just ProPen, but like the Art Pen, the Grip Pen, lots of them. Some of these go back quite a bit. If you look at Cube's data for this, a lot of them, even some Wacom consumer pens, but not all, are in the excellent category. Okay. Now between 1 and 2, I would characterize these as great. Okay. Who's in this category? Well, Huion says that the PW 600 is. I'm gonna put the word Huion here because like they say it. With these, Cube has measured, right? But for this, Huion says, okay? That's a great, less than 2 gram forces, I think great. And I think good is between 2 and 3.5. Okay. Good. Lots of pens are in this place. And here in the good world, you see, the XP pen, they say that the X3 Pro is there. X3 Pro. And I believe them. I think subjectively I would agree with these statements, okay? I think okay IAF is between 3.5 and 5. It's okay. Okay? And so what is here? This would be like more of a consumer pen. I don't like using it. You haven't measured P3? Okay. I will move this out. I'm just assuming it was less than I just assumed you had. I wouldn't normally recommend a consumer pen. I don't like these. I believe the Wacom CP923 or 913, I should say. I think it's like in this range. At least it's plausible it's in this range. Again, I don't think you'll like it, right? And then anything above 5 is, I think, honestly, I may be being a bit harsh here. I would say avoid. Okay? And so, what does it feel like to use a pen that has a higher IAF? And I want to be specific at what the problem is. It means you'll have to press harder to make a stroke. And the real irritation is, at some point you can feel with your own hand, you can feel yourself touch the surface of the tablet, and you're not seeing the pen draw. And that's irritating. And also when you're drawing with light pressure, you'll see, because your hand can't keep pressure steady, you'll see that sometimes the stroke will it will just sort of disappear and come back. It'll be coming in and out, right? So that's why you want an IAF that's, I think you want to aim for something that's good. And these days, modern, even non-Wacom pens are at the very least good, okay? Lower is better, okay? And don't get me wrong, we'll talk later. There's actually you know, super low IAF introduces its own set of problems. Okay, but I hope this makes sense. So if anyone has any feeling about this, let me know. Okay, let's take a look at some of the questions. Will you ever go to a COE? What does COE mean? I don't know what that means. I think it's the Netherlands. COE. Okay, now this was IAF. Now I'm going to go to max pressure. IAF is always in a small range, so it's pretty easy to talk about. Max pressure, as you saw from those charts I gave, huge range of possible values. New whiteboard, here we go. Okay, so for maximum pressure, let's see, it's from 0 to 1,000, so I just gotta draw 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's 0, what is this, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and 1,000 gram force. I'll label the beginning and ends. Okay. Okay, now here are my rating scales for this, okay? Let's start with excellent, okay? I would say, oddly enough, I think I would keep excellent at 500 to 800. Now I know you're wondering, why didn't I say 900 is excellent? I actually believe when you start getting 900, it's actually a little excessive. It's not bad, it's excessive. And you start getting issues. We'll talk about the issues in just a minute. Now, what about a good? A good, you should be happy with 350 to 500. Kavos Osco. I've never heard of that. I've literally never heard of that. I tell you what, though, if there's ever an OSU event in Seattle, I will happily attend. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. 200 to 350, I would call this okay. 100 to 200, I would call this not enough. So bad, really. And anything else, I would just say no. Anything less than 100. Okay? Now, why? Let's just talk about pressure range, meaning max pressure. This is max pressure. But obviously it's essentially the same as pressure range. Why do you want a max pressure that's wide but not too wide? The short answer is, why do you want it here around the good or excellent is it will make it easier to control how pressure affects your strokes. Okay? When you start, the lower you get to the left, meaning towards 200 or less, what you'll notice is it's really hard to control pressure. Real hard. I'll give you an example of that maybe in a minute, but you won't enjoy it. It's very easy to, here, let me do it actually. Troubleshooting, tablet tester. I'm kind of exaggerating the effect, but you'll get the idea. Let me give a 300 pixel brush, okay? Now watch this. Oh, you see that? I'm trying to smoothly go up. Watch what happened. It's hard for me to keep it sort of. I accidentally hit 100% pretty fast, right? Like if I just start pressing, suddenly it just jumps up to 100%. There are ways of addressing this, but as you get lower and lower, it's just harder to control. Okay, it's harder to control. You want a good amount of pressure range, and when you have a wide enough pressure range, pressure curves, which I haven't gotten to, really help. Okay. Now, what about on the other side? What about excessive? The problem, so when you get past 800, nothing's wrong, but you'll start seeing something. So what I hear, what people tell me on the Reddit is, as they start getting into the 800 range, ProPen 2 is 800 to 900. Some people don't have the physical strength to do it. People have told me they cannot press down hard enough, okay? And it can wear their hands out to get to 100% pressure, okay? So for that reason, I think your sweet spot is really under the good or excellent range, okay? Even if the maximum pressure is too high, there are techniques to reduce it, which I will talk about, okay? So again, where you want to be is good and excellent. Okay is also, it's kind of, it's fine. Now, who is in these ranges, right? ProPen 2. ProPen 2, ProPen 3 is in the excellent. The Huion PW600's in the excellent category. The X3, ProPen is kind of like, I think it's like this. Oops. The S Pen is like, it's like here, right? Based on my measurements. Let's take a look at some of the measurements because I want you to have some confidence in these statements, okay? Give me a second. Let me move. Logs, slide library. Okay. Here's some Wacom professional pens. Take a look at this. Look how high it is. They're well into the excellent category. Okay? Well. This is ProPen 3. Take a look at ProPen 2. ProPen 2 is even more, it's getting that crazy 900 territory almost, right? So ProPen 2 is actually excellent as well. Take a look at ProPen, I think this is the ProPen KP403. It's pretty good to excellent, right? It's very good. The Grip Pen is a classic. This is why actually I put good at 400 because the Grip Pen is right at, look how consistent it is too. Right, we'll talk about consistency a little bit later. Art Pen, I found some variants. I only have 2 of them, so it's not a fair comparison. Right, so that was good. The Wacom Pro Pens they're consistent and they have high maximum pressure. What about our Huion? Take a look at the PW600 pen. The best non-Wacom pen we have. It's like the high end of good to excellent. So it's fantastic. And look how consistent the different units are. Right? Very consistent. Why does the graph fluctuate some? It could be me. It could be my apparatus for testing things is, not perfect. Right? I've gotten better over time, so maybe you're also seeing some things get smoother because I'm just getting better, right? That's why I want to retest some of these pens this year. Here's the PW500, 550. Mostly good. There's one outlier, which is just okay, but some of these are just as good as, in terms of max pressure, they're just as good as ProPen 2, ProPen 3. PW517 pen, take a look at this. It's all over the place. There's one outlier which is actually almost excellent, but the rest are just, they're just barely in the okay category, right? PW600, PW550 are excellent pens. Okay, let's take a look at some Wacom consumer pens. And this is important because lots of people get these pens, and here is, this is the Wacom 2K pen, right? Oops, not seeing it. Okay. So it's actually good. This is a consumer pen. I'm pretty happy with it in terms of maximum pressure. 4K pen, actually pretty good too. Some of them that I measured go into the excellent category. Really happy with the 4K pen. And now we're going to get to the UD-EMR pens, okay? And UD-EMR is going to give us some real, going to challenge us. These are the S pens. Sorry. Let me change how the slideshow is working here. Monitor, Asus, yeah. Okay, this should be a little easier to deal with. Nope, that didn't do it. Use presenter view. There we go. Okay. Here's the UD-EMR pens. CP913. This is the pen that comes with the original 2019 Wacom One pen display. It's okay. Some of them are good. This is okay. Not, you know, they're not quite good. Okay. CP923. This is the upgraded pen. The upgraded pen. It's shifted down a little bit. Also, look how steep, take a look right here. How steep they are. That means the pressure is really wild. It's going to be super hard to control, right? You don't want it to rise really sharply. You cannot easily fix this with a pressure curve, okay? So this is, you know, not a good pen. It's out of control. There's other stuff going on here. There's some funniness in the IAF. I know I say don't trust my IAF numbers, but believe I have some other information I don't want to get into in my measurements where there's just something really wonky being done with the IAF of these pens, at least on Wacom tablets. Let's compare CP913 to 923. Okay, now, oops, why are you not seeing it? Hang on. I don't know why it didn't do that. Yeah, 913 to 923. So 923 is in blue, 913. 913, the older pen, is a little bit better, right? That's why I was doing air quotes on upgrade. Samsung S Pen. Yeah. Yes, some were okay. Some were not. They're just, This is the S Pen. Here's the S Pen versus the CP923. S Pen in green. Not as good as the Wacom CP913, which is one reason I suggest that people try the CP913 compared instead of an S Pen on their Samsung Galaxy Tab S devices. Okay, we're gonna get the XP Pen. Here. That is what's up next. XP Pen, okay. X3 Pro. This is a real interesting one, huh? Now, part of this can be my measurements, but I think, and I'm going to remeasure these pens this year or next year. I just see that I like these pens, but some units are good in terms of maximum pressure and some are almost excellent. I want pens to be very consistent because what that means is if you lose your pen and you buy another pen, the new pen will feel like the old pen. Okay? That's what I want. Remember, you can't fix the hardware of the pen. It's gonna do what it does. You can make a great pen behave worse, but you can't make a bad pen, meaning if you have a pen with a high maximum pressure, you can make it behave like one with a lower maximum pressure. But you can't take a pen with a lower maximum pressure and make it behave like one with a higher maximum pressure. Okay? So it's just not consistent unit to unit. Okay? Stefli 12 has a comment. Regarding Sense Labs, Cube noted in his buying guide glitchy hover drag transition. Someone on Reddit said it's due to different hardware smoothing applied for hovering versus dragging. Yeah, it makes sense. That's at least the one thing I know causes that. I believe at least one Wacom tablet does that as well. Maybe it was the Wacom Intuos, not the Pro, the Intuos. What was that, like the CTL X100 series? Like 4100, 6100? I believe that was it. Mir, I totally get that smoothing on hover seems awful. I think people who play Osu notice that, but people who are artists do not notice that, right? I think I'd love to try it out more and see if it might affect an artist, though, right? I could see why it could, but no one's ever complained. Okay, so this is X3 Pro. What's really weird, the X3 Elite. Oops, sorry. Lost track of this again. One more moment. Okay, X3 Elite. They're more consistent than the X3 Pro. My 3 units all ended up at 350 gram force. Pretty good. And the only weird thing with the X3 Elite is in my measurements, I saw this weird, they sort of went up and then tilted to the right. There's not as smooth. Could have been my measuring equipment, but you know, all 3 came out that way, so I'm not sure exactly what happened. XP Pen P05. This comes with the Deco 01 V2 and V3. This is really much more linear than we see with other pens. And they're okay. They're not bad. They're just kind of okay. Okay. So it's important for you to see that, and it brings up some fascinating topics that I just want to make sure we're clear about. Because we saw the shape, right? And we saw 2 interesting aspects of the shape. If you have a pen model, multiple units of the same pen, you want them to all sort of be very tightly grouped. A tight grouping, right? You don't want to see this. You don't want to see one unit go here, and one unit go here, and one unit go here, because that means, like, if you lose your pen, you replace it, the new pen will behave differently, maybe. Okay? Now, if there's lots of variance, but they're all like really high, like let's say, you know, let's draw it like this. They vary, but you know, they're all like in the excellent category, that's fine. But when they vary and they're all like in this category, like less than excellent, then like you got problems, right? So you got to keep that in mind. Now, looking at these curves is weird. Okay? Like, I don't know if everyone is in tune with how to look at these curves and think about what it means. And I've always, you know, one of the things about these curves is how they affect your control over pressure. And I just want to make sure we can talk about that. So I said that these pressure responses, they tend to do something like this, okay? And what that means is, oh, I can pick different colors, fantastic. You see how this is steep? And this is kind of like not steep. What's the opposite of steep? I don't even know. Not steep. What this means the relationship here is kind of interesting. It means small changes, small delta physical, have large changes, meaning delta, in the logical. And so you're pressing very lightly, and it's creating, you know, the pressure's jumping up and down a lot. And then up here, to get, let's say you're at 80% pressure, you're having to press harder and harder just to get to 82, right? Like you're straining yourself to make small changes. So that's one thing to think about here, right? And this effect, the steepness here, will actually cause a problem. I'll show that to you. Now again, this is the hardware. This is how the hardware behaves. This is the hardware relationship between pressure and physical pressure and logical pressure. Now, I've often wondered if there's one number I can give that would help people understand where is their pen in this world without having to show a graph and here's my attempt at coming up with that number. Okay? It's a very similar diagram, but I want your feedback actually on this. So, like if you had to measure one thing with a pen, what would I ask you to measure? That would give you what's the curve of the pen? Okay, and this is my theory. Okay, so work with me on this one, please. So we know this is 0 gram force we'll call this the IAF, right? We don't need to worry about 0 right now. And this is 100% physical pressure, okay? And we have 0, let me put the word max here. That'd be easier to deal with. 0% logical pressure and 100% logical pressure. And we know there's a curve somewhere, but let's not, what's one number I could give you that tells you, okay, this thing is a little too sensitive without showing you a bunch of charts? And what I would say is, I would try to find the physical pressure that gives me 50% logical. Okay? Is that clear? Basically, it's like, let me draw something here. How do I change the color? I did it, and then I totally forgot how I did this. I literally don't know how I changed the color. Okay, I see. Okay, what I want to know is, if we draw a 50% line here, okay? I want to know what value on the x-axis will give me 50%, right? So let me draw it out like this. What value hits 50%? Okay. What's this value? Okay. So just because I don't have any terminology to use right now, I'm going to call this the P50. Okay? That's my term right now. I'm not saying it's a good term, but I guess it's similar to another term I once. It may not be a good term, so let me just look it up real quick. It's kind of a medical term, I guess. Yeah, this is not a pleasant topic, but I'll just bring it up. Okay. So, there's a thing called the median lethal dose. Okay? And this is an awful topic, but it's it's the dose that's required to kill half the members of a population that's being tested. So that's really awful. It's really awful. It's so bad to bring this up. But the idea is what's the number that splits the thing in half? That's the meta thing, right? So what is what physical pressure divides the logical pressure range in half? Right? That's the question. Another way is like, what physical pressure, what physical gives 50% logical? Okay? It's interesting. It's interesting. And we'll explore this topic a little bit. Let's take a look at Wacom professional pens, okay? Because we can kind of visually see it. Let me start a new whiteboard. So what are, for those of you who are in chat, what are you thinking of this session? Are we going deep on this topic or what? How do we get to medical studies? I need to pick a word for this. I didn't have any other word to pick, so I thought LD50. Okay. Let's take a look. So we're trying to find the P50, okay? The P50. And we're trying to find what's a good P50 number. I'm inventing stuff. I've never really brought this topic up with the audience before. So here's all the Pro-Pen 2s. Where would I put this? Where would I put? Can I draw here? I can draw. Okay, fantastic. I don't want to draw, but here we go. Where would I draw on here to draw 50? Okay, so I'm going to draw 50 across. So it's right about here, and that's there. Okay, so for Pro-Pen 3, what do we notice? Where is Pro-Pen 3? Okay. Sorry, let me move this over here. So, Pro-Pen 3 equals 100 gram force. Okay? Yeah, maybe we'll say it's plus or minus, 10 gram force, something like that. Okay? Whatever. Because they're a little different. Okay, there's some variance. What about Pro-Pen 2? Let's do it again. I would say Pro-Pen 2. I'm doing this just with my eyes, so later on I'll do some math to get it. Okay, I'm just gonna guess. So don't take this seriously. We're trying to get a feel. The P50 for Pro-Pen 2 is 90 gram force. Plus or minus, I don't know, 20 gram force, okay? But basically it's close to 100. The break-even point, right? Okay, that works. Let's take a look at, I'm gonna do the grip pen, because the grip pen was considered a standard for a long time. Okay, the grip pen is 50s over here. I would put this, I'd put that at 90 plus or minus 10, okay? Grip pen. 90 gram force plus or minus 10. Again, don't take the numbers literally. Yes, please, Mir, you can send a screenshot. I'll take a look at it. So these are good pens, and the P50 for them is about 100 gram force. Okay, let's take a look at a pen I don't like, or that's not great. And that is going to be, we'll look at two kinds of pens here. There's the UD-EMR pens. We're going to take a look at my CP923. Okay, let's find it. Take a look. Where's 50? Oof. It's like, I don't know. I would say 45 plus or minus 5. CP923 is something like 45 plus or minus 5. Whatever. What about the CP913? CP913, I would say it's something like 60 plus or minus 10. Sorry, we're going deep, I know, this is a little bit boring, but we're advancing the state of science, tablet science. 60 gram force plus or minus 10. And we'll just do two more. We're going to do a Huion, because I want to get that PW600 in there. Okay, I see mirror. I'll take a look at that in just a second. That looks to be about 110. Plus or minus 10. PW 600 equals 110. Plus or minus 10. And then PW 550 equals 550 is, I'll call that 75 plus or minus 10. And then we'll do X3 Pro and then we're done. Okay? With this topic. Where's X3 Pro? This one's a mess. If I had to guess, I would say it's at 80 plus or minus 20. Maybe even, yeah, 30. I'll put 30 for now. Okay, so what does this mean for me? I think a really good pen would have a P50, which again, it's just a preliminary idea about a new kind of measurement. A good P50 would be 100 gram force plus or minus 10. Lower than 10 is even better. Okay? I think a kind of like okay, maybe okay-ish, would have a P50 of around, I'll say 50 plus or minus 10. Okay? So when you get a P50 of 100, you won't have some of this, it'll be less some of the problems you'll have controlling pressure than something like this. So this is an idea. I'll explore this more. We'll do some measurements. I'll get some feedback from other tablet people and see what they think about this, right? Because it's not perfect. Even with the Pro Pen 3 and Pro Pen 2, you'll see some kind of problems with low pressure here. But at least this is a starting point maybe to figure out if we can quantify it a little bit more. Okay. Now I need to take a quick bathroom break and I'll be... I just need more water actually, that's what I do. And a quick bio break and I'll be right back, okay? So, give me just a minute. And where is... that? Okay, I am back. Thanks for hanging out and being patient. Let's see. Let's take a look. Mir has sent it to... Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Break-even analysis. Oops, let's bring it over here. Break-even indicates state of business where income and expenditure become equal. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because this is like where the slope of the curve is proportional. Okay, yeah. So that's kind of the break-even point. Now, the thing we don't know is if people really like a proportional response. We don't really know that. I actually feeling like it's a good starting point. It's a very good starting point. Okay, good. Thanks for sharing that, Mir. Let's get back to closing this. And let me just check the Discord for any other little things I need to be aware of. Mir sent Parblo Coast Pro Gen 2 tablet review. I'm going to open that up real quick.
All right, how's it going, everyone?
Let me turn down the volume here. I don't want this playing. Okay, 5 months. Okay, so it's not a brand new tablet. And anyone else on the Discord have any comments here? Okay, looks like it's pretty quiet over there. Fine. Okay, where are we now? We're supposed to be at... Just look at my show notes. Let's get... There we go, pressure stream. We did max pressure expectations. We talked about variance. Yeah, I'll just do one more diagram here. I'm just gonna guess about the numbers, so I don't want people to take it, too literally. But it'll be nice to have a visual understanding of what I'm saying. Basically, this topic is variance, right? Meaning, tablet manufacturers will say that their pens have an IF of exactly 3 gram force, or exactly a maximum pressure of 500 gram, whatever. And the real world is things fall into distributions, right? And so what can you expect? And again, I don't have the actual numbers, but basically, for whatever the IAF is, if we index to the IAF at the center, I believe you will see something like this. Yeah, let's do this. So plus 0.5 plus 1, right? Minus 0.5 minus 1. This is a guess. This is just a guess. And then plus 1.5 minus 1.5. I think you'll see the values clustered like this. Like the distribution would be right? Like the vast majority will be plus or minus 0.5 of whatever IAF the manufacturer specifies, or maybe even tighter, but it's gonna be like that. This is for, again, for IAF. Now, what about for max pressure? Something similar, but it's going to be a much bigger distribution. And I don't know and of course, it's, this is like the industry distribution here. What are we going to see for max AF? If we try an industry distribution, I will say minus 50 minus 1. Actually, let me just do minus 100 here. Minus 100, minus 200, minus or plus 100, plus 200. I think you will see something like this. Okay? If they say the max is 500, it might be as little as 400, but most will fall within 50 of that number, right? Now, what you'll see this is industry. Now, if you look at X3 Pro Pen, I'll use a different color here, you might see that their distribution is really a bit skewed. Now, also, it may not even be centered, by the way, right? Like, it could be that you see this kind of, I mean, not XP Pen, but just like someone hypothetical, it could be this, right? We don't know. I don't have enough pens that I can test this, but I guess my point is you should expect some variance, right? And by definition, we should see some variance also. We should expect some variance in the so-called P50 number as well, right? Okay. Mira, I don't think a person would just typically care, but I'm on a quest to... my face is not on there. I'm on a quest to find the number that would more easily help me say, this pen, my tests show that these pens are over, it's harder to control pressure, right? And like they wouldn't care unless I told them that this number represents something meaningful, right? And again, I don't know if my numbers here are correct, meaning should the P50 be 100 gram force? Maybe it should be higher. I don't know. I got to think about it and get more feedback, but I'm trying to define a metric. Maybe it'll work out. Maybe it won't. Okay. Talked about variance. We talked about that. We talked about why we don't want a super wide pressure range. Okay, yeah, next topic. Ooh, man, I'm not even halfway done. And I've already gone for 2.5 hours. I cannot wait to see what the notes of this session look like. I cannot wait. I had no idea I was going to go this deep. What is wrong with this thing? Okay. Okay. Now we're going to talk about how do you know, not W, how to find IAF and max. Well, there's a couple of things you can try. Number one is get the manufacturer documents it. You can also, call support or contact support. You can measure, right? I think IAF measurement is kind of hard, right? But max pressure is pretty easy. This should say hard here. It's pretty easy to do maximum pressure. You don't even need a fancy scientific scale. You can use a kitchen scale actually. I did that before, because you don't need to measure like 1 gram, 4 is 2 gram. Like even being within 10 is fine, and kitchen scales can handle that. IAF requires a sensitive scale. And then you can take a look at, you can look at numbers published. By people like you or myself. Right? These are some different ways you can find the IAF. But whatever you do, keep in mind there's going to be some variance. IAF or maximum pressure. Okay. I I showed you the charts, and I showed how to build the charts, right? You have to use a certain... Okay, now I wanted to show you some of the... Now that we know about the relationship, I wanted to show some aspects of problems, okay? So the first kind of problem is... We can see this in my tester, actually. Let me hit delete. Is trying to draw with a large brush with a pen that's overreactive at low pressure, and most pens are somewhat overreactive. So let's just try to draw it with this pen. This doesn't have too much of a problem at low pressure, a little bit maybe. Let me add one more note. Okay. So this pen doesn't exhibit the problem, so I'm gonna have to try to fake it, meaning try to draw in a way that gives me a problem. You can see, and so okay, I'll do a fake drawing here. Imagine a drawing with real low pressure and a big brush. You might get blobbiness like this. Part of it's your hand, how your muscles work, and how your wrist is working. Part of it's the texture of the surface, and you might actually get this. Part of what you see here is me trying to do it, and part of it's actually happening by itself. How do you deal? And of course, it's just really thick, even though I'm drawing with a very light touch, right? And how can we correct this, right? Another problem is like I might have a hard time getting to 100%. Right? So these are kind of problems we have with the native hardware pressure response of a pen. Now, the problem we're having is we can't, so when you have the native hardware, I can't even spell hardware correctly, hardware pressure response. You can't change it. You can't change the hardware, okay? The pen is what the pen is. You can't go in there and tweak the components and, change the circuits and whatever. But the good news is you can improve things, okay? And let me explain the theory of this improvement. So we're going to go visual here. Here's the pressure, the native hardware pressure response. It looks, it looks like this. Okay? Something like that. Now, and remember that what is happening here is that there's physical pressure, which gets transformed into logical pressure, right? That's what this is representing. Now, what we can do is we can apply some PPP. That stands for pressure post processing. Okay? And let's take a look at the comments. So will this issue affect people who have a painterly style more than maybe a drawing style? Yeah, if you're drawing with very light strokes, Rain, yeah, it could, yes. Since you mentioned tilt, I want to say, I'll do a slight aside. I'll draw it on the screen and then I'll erase it. Or actually, I'll just do it like this. Pens, they're IAF. They're actually more sensitive to pressure when they're vertical. And as you dip to like 45 degrees, they're less, right? So if you want, increased, if you want a better IAF, a lower IAF, hold them more vertical. Okay, that's been true in all my testing. And that should be obvious why, because when you hold it like this, some of the force of the tip is going into the pen body and not up into the nib. Okay. And we'll talk more about affecting the pen's behavior later. So what can this post-processing do? This post-processing can, remember that this thing is the IAF right here, right? I really did a very bad square. It's not a good square. Here's a square representing this, graph. And let me get a color here. We can do things like increase the IAF. We can do things like we can do things like this. We can keep the IF the same, but reduce the maximum pressure. You see that? I've shifted the maximum pressure over. We can do things like this. We can change that response to be more flat. We can change it even to be inverted a little bit, right? I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying we can do things like this. How can I say this? Yeah, okay. In other words, we can restrict the output, the logical pressure, into a certain range. Okay? It's not obvious what that would do, what the benefit was. We'll go over that. So pressure post-processing can do that. And this is a very valuable tool. So even though you can't change the hardware, if you apply some pressure post-processing, you get a very different you can change the behavior of the pen. You can't change every aspect of it, but you can tweak it quite a bit. Okay? Now the good news is, has anyone ever heard of pressure post-processing? Let me write it down. Pressure post-processing. You may not have ever heard this term before, and the reason for that is I invented that term today. And what pressure post-processing does is, remember, you go physical to logical, right? That's what already happens. Logical means the pressure level. And then pressure post-processing, in red here, I'll put 3 P's here, will create a new logical value. I'll call this logical star, okay? So effectively, again, the original behavior, which might be like this, can be shifted to be more flat, if that's what you want. Okay? Now, the good news is all of you have heard of pressure post-processing, except you call it pressure curves. Okay? A pressure curve takes a logical value and it gives you another logical value. Okay? That's why I say this is it's not the same thing as the pressure response. This post-processes the logical pressure value to give you certain effects. Okay? And we need to talk about what those effects are and what it looks like. And this is a subject of a lot of misinterpretation, actually. A ton of misinterpretation. Let me start a new whiteboard here. All of you have probably seen in your drawing tablet driver, or maybe in an application, you've seen this pressure curve. To draw a pressure curve, I'm going to use the color blue instead of red, that to keep it distinct from the native hardware pressure response. Okay? Lots of people, they have a misunderstanding. So this is a pressure curve. They have a misunderstanding. It's most or a myth, right? They see this and they think this means the what's the right word? They think this curve describes the physical to logical relationship. It's not. This is a post-processing step, right? Mir, let's go on a little bit and let's see if it makes more sense. What does this pressure curve do? In other words, if I have this, again, I'm going to do red here, right? If this is the pressure response in red, and I have this as the pressure curve, right? Like this is the post-processing. What is the new pressure response, the modified one? And the answer is, it's exactly the same as where we started. This shape for pressure curve does nothing. That's why I call this shape the null pressure curve. Okay? Mir, does that make sense? And the math is not obvious why, so you just got to work with me that's what this is doing. I might build a test app that people can use to like play around with stuff, but this is what's actually happening. Let's I wonder if I can duplicate this page. That would actually be a good idea. Because I want to build on this page. And I guess I can't. Okay. So let's try to do another problem. Let's try to create another effect. Let's suppose, and there are valid reasons for doing this. Let's suppose this is the pressure response, the actual hardware behavior of the pen. And it's like this. Okay? And let's suppose the IF is really low, and I actually want to increase it for whatever reason. What is the curve that would do that? It's a really interesting question. What curve would increase the IAF? Like, let's make sure we understand what I want to happen. This is the output I want. I'm going to exaggerate it. But you see how the IAF is way over now in the middle here? What curve will give me this? Right? Okay, the answer is a curve like this. Or more properly, this curve will do that. It ignores the pressure and then it starts going up. It may take some time. It requires some time to play around with as well. Here's another case. What if you want to, you have to press down too hard with your pen. You want to decrease the maximum pressure. So like this. This is the native pressure response of the pen. Except, remember, this is like 800 gram force. So you want to bring it down a bit. So what will transform it so that the thing will look like this? See, it's bringing it down. This will do it. Okay. That's what will happen here. Here's another case. What if you find the pen is having problems at low pressure, like it's too overreactive, or you find at low pressure you're getting really too thick strokes. They're too thick. We start out again like this. Oops. And what we want is we want this. We just don't want it. We want it more linear. Okay. What curve will do it? Right? We'll make it like so it's less out of control. Well, this will do it. Intuitively, this makes sense, right? The pressure response is curved up, and we're gonna modify it by curving down, and it's gonna balance out, and it's gonna be more linear, right? So pressure curves, this is what they're actually doing, right? They actually are implementing this kind of change in the logical pressure, which gives you a new behavior of your pen. Let's see, Mirror says, can we see the null pressure curve as the editor of the actual curve? Yeah, I think that's a fair way of thinking about it, right? The key thing is you have to remember it's modifying the behavior. It's not you understand? Like it's not giving you the shape of the new behavior. It's modifying the old shape. Unfortunately, how can I express this? Since the pen and the tablet that you have don't know how to map physical pressure to logical pressure, like there's not like a table of, well, this pressure level means this physical force. They can never show you these red diagrams. That's only when you measure with the specific pen. But, so this is modifying the behavior. Yeah, that's what I need because my hands are weak. Yeah, so if you need to reduce the physical pressure, you can do that in tablet drivers. Right? Now there's some things you can't change. I'll just show you what those are. Just so we're totally clear here. Here's the pressure response again. You can't move the IAF to the left. Okay? You can't make a pen more sensitive than it actually is from the hardware. Okay? You can only move it to the right. Right? Another thing you can't do is you can't increase the maximum pressure. So this is an X here. Like you can't shift this point over here. You can only move it to the left, right? That's the effect. And that's, you should be aware of those kind of things, okay? But there's all sorts of things there's all sorts of wild pressure curves, by the way. There's pressure curves like this. I'll show you, I can show you these actually. There's this kind of pressure curve, right? And we'll show you what it does. So let's start with, I need an app that has a pressure curve. Oh, let's see. So to get an actual linear curve, you need to kind of arch the null curve. That's correct. You need to arch it the opposite direction. That's what you did on the tablet test with higher brush size to get a smoother. Yeah, that's exactly right. You got it correct, exactly correct, Mir. So let's solve pressure problems. Okay. I just gotta find an app that does it. So let's find an app that has where I can show you. Remember, this is from yesterday's stream. Did everyone remember this? Let me do some undos here because it's kind of funny. Our joke yesterday was this. This is Alec Baldwin, great actor, and he wrote on a whiteboard, "Always be closing," but I can't remember who it was. Someone said it should be always be curving. Always B C curving, always be curving. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna teach you how to curve. Okay, let me say this. I love this little picture. I am enjoying the tablet. Absolutely. It's not that much math here. I haven't shown any formulas. Have I? Let's see. I'm going to write this in. Always be curving. Okay. And I'll start a new picture here. Close. I actually am really enjoying this tablet. I'll be honest with you. I didn't expect that I wanted just a utility tablet. This isn't really meant for drawing. And I haven't really drawn it. I just love having a surface that works with touch. And the pen that's useful for whiteboarding. Right? Okay, let's discover problems and solve problems. Okay, so there can be curves in the driver, in the application, and in the application you might have a global curve and a brush curve. Now I'm not going to talk about how to deal with all those. We will get to that. But for now, I'm going to just use the brush curve, okay? Now just to let you know, where are these curves? There's several of them. So if we go to settings, configure Krita, there's one curve here, which is linear. What's it mean when it goes from corner to corner? I mean, it's the null curve. It doesn't do anything, okay? So we can ignore this, that's fine. And then, but for each brush, let's pick a brush here. I don't know, I guess, not that one, I want this one, okay? Let's take a look at the curve, and we're gonna make it the null curve. So it's set up to do some stuff. I'm gonna change it to null, okay? So the size is controlled by pressure, null pressure curve. Let's draw. Let's make a big brush. This is like 150. Okay? Let's just see what we got. I'm drawing with real light pressure. Let me get a black ink. Okay. Real light pressure. What do you notice here as I draw with real light pressure? It's kind of thick for drawing really light, isn't it? And it's a little jumpy here. It's not smooth, right? Why is it so jumpy? Part of that's my hand, part of that's the pen, part of that's the friction on the tablet, and part of that's just the way Krita works, right? How can I improve this? How can I make finer lines? Well, it's actually pretty simple. Let's go back and change. We just curve this guy. And now watch what happens. Let me erase. Look at that. See? Disable flow. We got a long way to go, Voidouts. This train isn't stopping anytime soon. Oh, watch a man and his tablet. Mir says you might want to disable flow on the G Pen. Let's just take a look. Where is this setting? I think it's all disabled, as far as I can see, Mir. But let me know if I'm not looking in the right place. So another thing, now this pen is not subject to this problem. So let me see if I can find a pen that is subject to the problem. I tell you what, temporarily, I'm going to switch to the Move Ink, okay? Because the Move Ink will work with this pen and I can exhibit more problems. So just give me a minute. I know my computer's going to get wild. Go wild on me for this one, so let's move this out of the way. It's a shame, I really was having a great time using that Asus. It's oversized under opacity. Okay, let's see. Come on, buddy. Hello. This thing is saying it's not getting enough power. I love that. That's okay. We have the ability to give it power too. I don't know why this computer should give it well enough power. It's acting strange. Let's see if this helps. So I'm just waiting for my computer to sort of recognize the Move Ink. You know what? Maybe this cable is just not designed for this tablet. Sometimes you can't always just mix and match tablet cables. So let's try another tactic here. Oh, I have another cable out here. And I think this worked yesterday. So let's do that. There, it did work. Okay. Yeah, mixing and matching cables should sometimes work, but sometimes it just doesn't. Okay, and Mir, as soon as this thing... Why is it not working? Disconnect this. That computer is really not liking being attached to this Move Ink. It's like freaking out about what's going on here. I may just want to reboot it or something because it is just not liking the idea that the Move Ink is attached. Like it's the mouse is becoming sluggish and everything. It's really weird. Okay. I disconnected and everything's fine again. Let me take a look and see if the display settings are doing anything weird. Let me extend. And so I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I just want to go through this one by one for this to work. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know why. Okay, don't worry. We have other options here. We have other options. Give me a minute. I'm going to be right back. I'll try the Move Ink cable. Okay. Okay. I am back, and I fixed it just by using the cable that came in the moving box. The cable that came with the Asus didn't work. A random Thunderbolt 3 cable for some reason didn't work, but the one that came in the box did work. So, lesson learned. Lesson learned. Okay, let's see if I have the input mapping correctly now. I don't, but that's okay. We'll fix that in a second. Let me go back to showing my face while I correct this. Extend. Yeah, I'm glad to have solved that problem. I was getting a little bit worried. Okay. Let's see, I'm trying to match. Keep one alone, 2 and 3 should be duplicated. Okay, that should work for everyone. And you should see, yeah, this is good. There we go. Everything's good. Okay. Where was I? We were drawing with Krita, I believe. And Mir said, what was Mir's comment? Disable flow on the G Pen. Oversize under opacity. Okay, let's take a quick look here. Since we're going to use the G Pen, it's worth verifying this actually works. Oh, I see. Got it. Okay, I have to say thank you, Mir. Thank you, Mir. I didn't realize it was on there. And let me verify size is, yeah, okay. So I'll leave it flat, and let's just see let's see the problem with a pen that has it. This is one of the best pens on the market, the Pro Pen 3. I'm going to draw with a relatively big brush. Let's just go ahead and say about 300, and I'm going to draw with a really light pressure, okay? And let me zoom. I'm probably zoomed in a bit too much. Let me zoom into 100%. Okay. What do you notice? Right, I'm actually having more of a hard time keeping a really thin line. Occasionally it happens that I get a thin line. Let me scroll, let me get in there. You see, it's hard for me. It's kind of jumpy, it's kind of bumpy. Do you see it? Sometimes it's thin, but I'm having problems. And forget whether it's cutting in or out or not. It's just bumpy. Again, it's me, it's my hand, it's the texture, it's the pen. And if I try to make the pen vertical to draw with very little pressure, it's even harder. You get these little, you see the little bumps that happen, little repeating bumps? So typical. But this problem is not, this is typical of sensitive pens. They're overreactive close to the IF. It doesn't happen for everybody. If you notice a problem like this, go to your pressure curve and yeah, just do this. Something like that. Sometimes I actually like it even more extreme. I'll leave it like this. Now watch what happens. Ooh. And I'll try to do it with really light curve. I mean, this is a 300 pixel brush. So, look at that. Much better. Would you agree? It's not perfect, but it's much, much better. Right? I'm drawing with really light strokes. None of that blobbiness. Okay? So, you've seen a pressure curve that's like this. Oops. A pressure curve that's like this can help you avoid some of the blobbiness. Oh, geez. Okay, hang on. I disabled the wrong one, you're just telling me. Flow, okay, this one, sorry, okay. Where's the size? No, I want this one, right? I want size for flow, but nothing else is set, right? Like, I do want this, correct me? So why doesn't it affect smaller? Well, that's okay. Great question. Great question. And let's talk about that. Why doesn't it affect smaller brushes as much? I'm gonna turn on touch so I can do this. Okay. And let's start a new whiteboard here. So this is fantastic question. Let's talk about what's going on here, okay? Now, let me ask a question. This pen, it has 8,000 pressure levels. So it's, 1 through 8,000. 8,192, doesn't really matter. It's about 8,000, okay? So that's how many different numbers can come back from this pen. Okay, so that's the pressure levels. Now, let's try a small brush. What's a small brush? 10 pixels, okay? What's the numbers? 1 through 10, okay? Okay? Now, think about what's happening here. So this is like 0, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, etc., right? The pressure is going wild. It's dancing. Like it might be moving 1,000, like right in here, like moving quite a bit. However, all of this entire range, I don't know, I'm making, kind of exaggerating here. All of this is being collapsed into the pixel size of 1, right? In other words, maybe it's easier if I could talk about this as 10,000, okay, instead of 8,000. Basically, even if you're getting a 20% change in pressure, you won't see like the brush pixel size will move between 1 and 2, right? And this is a lot of movement, and that's why you don't see with smaller brushes, right? With small brushes, and I'll prove it to you. Let's go to Krita. I'm gonna make the curve back to the curved shape that gives me problems. And let's just try a small brush, okay? We'll do let's start with a 5 pixel brush. And I'll draw really light. Because the size of the stroke can only go between 1 and 10, or 1 and 5 here, right? It's just not gonna show up. It's only when you start getting bigger and bigger that it's like it's a magnification, right? Drawing the same exact way. Does that make sense, Rain? Right? Because there's a lot of like bouncing around of pressure, but it's only, it's going from, let's say, one pixel to 1.7 pixels, which is still 1 pixel, right? Because you can't have half a pixel. Okay, Mir is yelling at me. My incompetence of Krita right now. Okay, so I'm gonna follow the instructions that Mir actually has. Okay, I'm clicking. You need to scroll up, find it, set flow to 100%. This thing, I just turned it off. You want me to set strength to 100% like this for flow? Okay, let's go back here. I hope I did it correctly this time here. Oh, it actually... Anyway, pressure curve will really improve things here. If I change it, again, you saw how blotchy that was. If I do it like this, instead of this blotchy nonsense, look what happens. Thanks, Mir. Thanks for confirming. Okay, I can see the difference. It really exaggerated the effect, so that was good to know. Next time I do these tests, I'll definitely check for that. Okay, that's a problem that's solved. Okay, here's another problem. Okay, so let's reset myself back to here. Okay, and here I'm not going to do crazy big brush. I'm just going to do 50 or something, right? Watch the strokes. Did I do the right thing here? Hang on. It's still 250. It's not. Let me type in 50. Okay. And let me do this. Okay. So I'm trying to make it happen. This brush is not conducive. Okay. Do you see that sometimes, not all, this may be not the best brush for this. Let's see if this one does a little better. No, it's not. How about this one? I'm trying to find a brush that produces a very certain problem. And the problem is it leaves a little tail, either at the beginning or the end, right? And sometimes it might happen with a flick. Maybe you don't want really sharp corners or sharp edges, right? Like, not all these strokes have it, but take a look at, this one kind of has it. I'm trying to make it happen. But this is Krita. Let's see if Clipstudio Paint has it. I can correct this problem in either location. Yeah, whatever. I should spend some time relearning how Krita works. I don't really use it very often. I just use it occasionally. Actually, mostly for demos. Nope, I don't care about materials. I just want to draw. Gosh, this thing's gonna take forever. I don't care about this. I just want to draw. Come on. I want to use this. What do they call it? Okay, here we go. I'm very familiar with the clip, so I want a pen. I want the G pen, and I want to make it a bit bigger. Okay, you see how sharp some of these ending strokes are, right? Sometimes you don't want that, right? You just don't want the ending strokes to be that sharp. You want them to like end more bluntly. How can you make it happen? Well, you should be able to use a pressure curve for this. So let me turn off tilt here, and let's take a look at the pressure curve. Yeah, here it is. You can actually raise it a little bit, okay? This means that instead of being really thin at the lowest pressure, it'll be a little thicker than you'd expect. So let's try it now. See? Now you might have to adjust the size of the brush as well, but it won't produce a dramatically different edge point. See? It doesn't have that really super sharp edge or point. Let me try a bigger brush and you see it again. See? I'll turn it off now and we'll see what happens. I'll go back to the null pressure curve. See, I'll bring this back down, okay? And I'll make it flat again. See what? There it is. There's a little tail. That's another thing that happens, okay? Here's another problem that you can solve, which is sometimes you drop your pen and it messes up your pen. And your pen can be drawing even though you're hovering the pen. Okay? And sometimes you can fix this. You can fix it just by going here and doing that same thing. You can tell it or as a related thing. You can move it here. Oh shit! I don't know if this. Not all pressure UIs can do this. You can't move this over to the right. Krita can do it. Let's see. Krita, where are you? Let's flip. Here's Krita. Krita, you can move this over like that. That will actually increase the IAF, right? So if you have a pen that's drawing while hovering, this might actually fix it. Sometimes a higher IAF is actually really good. Okay? Obviously, I didn't have a problem with the pen, but that's the kind of thing you can fix. Okay, let me find my notes here and move the notes over. So you can use pressure curves to solve problems, right? Good question, Rain. Good question, Rain. Here's where I think here's what I think is true. Based on my measurements of the Apple Pencil, the native hardware pressure response is very linear, I think. So if you want a Wacom pen to prepare like an Apple Pencil, you would do this. Okay? So let's start with the null pressure curve. Okay? So this is not going to help you because this curve does nothing. You would want this. Something like this. You'd have to play around with it, okay? Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get it would look something like that. Because you have to fight the original pressure response like this, so you have to fight it with a pressure curve, okay? And this should behave more like an Apple Pencil, more linear. Because the Apple Pencil is very linear, right? So try it out. If you have your computer up in Krita or Clip Studio Paint, try doing that. That should help it behave more like the Apple Pencil. The exact curve, you have to play around with. Another thing. So let's go back to this null pressure curve. And some people are drawing, like this is, sorry, I'm going to zoom back out a little bit to 100. And this is useful for me. This is actually something I do. So I'm drawing strokes. Actually, something is still not quite right there. And, as I go thick and thin and thick and thin, I'm like, man, it's getting too thick and too thin. I want the line to become more, I don't want it to change as much, okay? I still want it to vary. I just don't want to go crazy, right? Like I don't want to go from really thin to really thick, right? I want it to vary. Now, I could make my brush size smaller, but I'll still get really thin lines. They just won't get as thick. What I want is like a midway, and the way to do that is take the null pressure curve and you raise the bottom left, and I'm going to exaggerate it here. I'm going to drive it all the way up to almost 50% of the height. Okay? Now watch the curves here. There is pressure variation, but it won't get crazy. You see? So if you're doing line art and you want pressure sensitivity, but you don't want to go crazy with up and down and up and down, this kind of pressure curve is good for that. Okay? Does that make sense? And I personally use this kind of pressure curve with line art because it gives me variation without being too much variation. Okay? Okay. Let's see. Now, I mentioned this is going to get a little weird, okay? This is going to get a little weird. Give me a second. I need to go take care of something downstairs. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, I'm back. If you're wondering what I had to do, the air conditioner was turned on in my house, and it is getting really cold. Like I am shivering. So I may even need to put on actually, I'm gonna put on an extra sweater because I am freezing. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, okay, back for the second time, and now I am I'm bundled up. Okay, let's take a look here. Do I recommend people set the curve arched in the global pressure curve setting in Krita? Complicated question. I'm gonna get there, but first let me talk about the general topic of the different pressure curves, okay? And then we'll answer your question by way of getting there. It is a very good question. So, here is the deal. Where are pressure curves, right? Because there are multiple. How many? We know there is one in the driver. Okay. And I'll just draw it curved, so it's, actually it's a curve, so I should use blue for this one. We know there's one here, okay? We know some apps have an app global pressure curve, right? We know that's true. And we know some have an app brush pressure curve. There's actually a fourth, but let's pretend there's driver versus the app, okay? And I'll just draw them all like this, okay? So the first thing you need to understand is which one will be applied. Like if you set all of these to be a curve, right? What happens? Like let's make them all different, right? Like that's like this, that's like this, that's like Hang on a second, let me erase this. This third one's like this. What happens? The question is, does one of these win, or does this one win, or are they all applied? Well, the answer is they're all applied. Okay? If you set all three, one after the other will be applied. Okay? Now, so this raises sort of mirror your question, which is what happens? Should I set the driver pressure curve or the app global or the brush curve? And there are different philosophies. Okay? There are different philosophies and reasons. First, let me show you what happens when you have multiple. Okay? Because this is going to help answer the question. And I'm going to create a new whiteboard because this is just abstract, okay? Yeah, Rain, that's a good point. That is a good point. Okay. I'll draw this all in blue. So here's the beginning. Actually, shit, that was bad. Okay, try this again. Here's the hardware pressure response, okay? And now the question is, if I apply this pressure curve, right? This should be blue. What's the outcome? Everyone knows the answer, right? The answer is, it looks like this. Nothing changed because this is the null pressure curve. The next question is, and what happens if I apply two of those? Okay. Like what happens here? Well, they both do nothing. So nothing happens. Okay? So if there's something plus a null, these are both nulls, nothing happens. But if one of these does something, that thing will actually happen. Now, what if they were doing opposite things? Like this one is doing this, and this one's doing this, right? They're both being applied, but they'll kind of cancel each other out. Okay? So both are applied. Now getting back to our previous sort of question, which is, which curve should you use? And I have a philosophy. Not everyone agrees, but I want to share my philosophy. I think, Mir, in the driver, you should put curves here that fix systemic problems with the pen. So for example, if you have to press too hard with your pen, I would actually fix that problem here by doing this. Or if your pen is drawing while hovering, I would fix it here. Or your pen is oversensitive low pressure, meaning it'll affect everything. I would fix the problem at the root, which is at the driver. And what I do is, well, when would I use the brush? I would use it to customize brush behavior. Okay? Like I want this specific brush to be less sensitive, right? And I just ignore the app curve. That's my philosophy. Okay? Now, having said that, some people, they don't like that. And they, in fact, do this business. They ignore the driver pressure curve. They ignore the app global pressure curve. They just use the app brush pressure curve. Well, Mir, glad to see the comment. You know, it's and having people like you and others on the Discord and in these streams helps. Just explaining these things helps me understand, honestly. So everyone is, I think, learning something. Okay? Yeah, some people are like this. I totally understand why. By the way, there's actually a fourth pressure curve I want to talk about. This is actually driver, but this is app. This is actually I'm gonna rename this. I'm gonna call this brush global, app brush global, and this is driver app global. There's actually another one called driver app specific. So I'll rename this one to brush specific. There's a difference here. Like the driver will choose one of these two. Okay? Like it won't use both. It'll pick one. Because you can have a curve for Krita and Clipstudio Paint and all apps, but it'll only pick one to use. And I've experimentally verified this. But apps will use both, right? So there are 4 curves, but only 3 of them at most will ever get applied. And some apps don't have a global brush curve. Some they only have specific brush curves. Some apps only have there's different combinations of what apps support. Okay. Let's see. Since I use OTD and Krita, yeah, that's fair. Lots of people do that. The key thing I ask people to do is just realize there are multiple pressure curves, because if you're ever debugging a pressure curve problem, let's imagine you don't like the way your brush is behaving, and you're twisting this around, and you're like, man, it's not helping. You should go check these other pressure curves, because they might be set to something which is going to interfere with what your brush is doing. So if you're trying to fix your brush, you might want to consider at least checking the values of the other pressure curves, maybe even making them null. Okay? Okay. And I just wanted to show you one thing else to make sure people are understanding what happens when you have multiple pressure curves. So here is the hardware pressure response, okay? And then here's a pressure curve that's like this. This is making the pen more sensitive at lower pressure, okay? And the net result, I'm going to draw it over here because I'm going to add another one, would do something like this. You see how it's rising up even more? But if you have 2 of these curves, they both apply. So this is going to go crazy. It's going to make this curve look like this. You get me? I drew that in the wrong colors, but you get the idea. It's going to they're both going to be exaggerating and just messing up what's going on here. So that's why you got to be aware of these other curves. Okay? Okay. Now one more. Man, we went through a lot, didn't we? We went through a lot. Now I want to talk about another kind of post-processing that rarely gets mentioned. Oh, Rain has a comment. That's also a good point for people who use custom brushes. Some of the brushes have their own curve designed to be used with a null curve. That's exactly right. They're not expecting that somewhere else there's a curve messing around with what's going on, right? That's why for the driver pressure curve, I try to fix systemic problems. And I customize with the brush pressure curves. I leave app pressure curves alone. Okay. So, so far I've been talking about pressure curves as a kind of post-processing. There's another kind of post-processing that happens. Very few people know about it. It's not commonly understood. And that's called pressure smoothing. So we're going to go to Rebelle 8, and we're going to talk about pressure smoothing. Because in Rebelle 8, there's a specific slider for it. Krita combines it with weighted smoothing. But it's easier to see both. See it as a separate thing. Okay, let's create a document. And let me pick a kind of a brush. Well, I want it to be black, and I want a wider brush. Not enough pressure variation. Let's try something else. different kind of brush. Yeah, that's actually decent. That's actually decent. Okay. So let me make this a bit bigger. And I'm going to just hit delete. There we go, clear it out. I'll make it even bigger because I want to create a problem. I'm going to draw again with super light pressure with a big brush. Now let's make, I think there's a pressure curve being used. So let's take a look here. So yeah, let's, pressure smoothing is on. I'm gonna turn off, I'm gonna leave, this is the pressure curve here. So it's null. Okay, that's good. Let's see what happens. And you can see I'm getting, as I draw, don't worry about when I'm going left or right. There's a bit of unsteadiness in my hand. It's just like, how even is the pressure? And especially at light pressure, you can actually see this thing dance, right? You see it? That little bar here. It's hard to maintain consistent pressure, isn't it? And that's why I like Rebelle for this demo, because you can see exactly, as you draw with light pressure, it just dances around. It's easy to make it pulse, right? Mirrors writing, driver more than app, more than brush. See, for me, it's like, I think for me, it's like driver, brush, and then I forget about the app. Now, I'm not going to change the curve at all. Okay? Actually, I'll show you the curve helping out a little bit. Pressure curve, okay? Notice there's still some dancing, but the effect on the stroke is helped by the curve, okay? It minimizes the kind of dancing around. Like the physical pressure is dancing, but the effect on the stroke is not as prominent. Again, don't worry the lines going left or right. It's how consistent the width of the stroke is. Now, there's also pressure smoothing. Just like you have stabilization for position, you can stabilize pressure. And I'm gonna set it up relatively high, more high than I would normally pick. Now watch just the smoothness of the curve. It's actually, there's less variation. Do you see that in the curve? I'll maximize it to make it just totally crazy obvious. See, even though the physical pressure is dancing a bit, the width doesn't change that much. Right? Now, you're seeing the line look erratic because my hand, so I'll turn on position smoothing just to emphasize that fact, or remove some of it. Look at that. Again, if I turn all this stuff off, look how I'll leave position smoothing high, but see how, oops, see how the pressure curve is messed, see how the width is not controllable. But with pressure smoothing and a little bit of firmness here, the strokes are much more even, right? I suddenly pressed hard, but actually it looks okay. So learn to use pressure curves, and also pressure smoothing is a great thing to understand. If your app has it, Krita does have it. It's, but if you look at tool options here, you can't see it because of the picture. Let me change that. Okay. Under tool options up here, for brush smoothing, you have none, basic, weighted, stabilizer. Under weighted, there's actually, where is it? So there's a distance, which is I guess how much the weighting is, and you can turn on also pressure smoothing, right? But you can't do pressure smoothing and position smoothing separately. You either can do position smoothing or both position smoothing and pressure smoothing. You can't have just pressure smoothing. That's why Rebelle is better at this demo than Krita. Okay, and then one final, I think this is probably the last topic, unless there are more questions. The question that remains is, I said try different pressure curves, and I said that pens are oversensitive because the P50, as I defined it, can be kind of really low, which makes the pen hard to control for pressure. And the question is, so which pressure curve? Ultimately, should you use to have better control? Ultimately, you have to experiment, right? But I want to give you an idea about a technique you can do which doesn't require digital scale. Yeah, Amir, this is a very powerful. This PC has like 96 gigs of RAM, and it's 16-core processor. It's powerful. But I appreciate the joke. So, for some people think that here's your pressure response, and it looks like this. Some people think, maybe I even thought this, you want this. You want to be as linear as possible. Like it's mathematically linear, right? And I totally get that perspective. But I think better than that is, because, lots of things in the world are mathematically linear, but humans don't perceive it that way. And here's a great example. It's something like this. If there's a light bulb in front of you, 1 meter away, and it's, I don't know. It's, I don't know, what's the unit of brightness? Candelas? Let's just say it's 100 candelas, whatever that is. And it appears to your eyes at a certain brightness. If you double the number of candelas, I guess that's the unit, it will not appear twice as bright. So you went from 100 to 200. So that's twice as much power is being emitted by those, but your eyes will not see the light as twice as bright. You'll only see it as a fourth as bright, or half as bright, 50% brighter, I mean. So there's a non-linear relationship with the way humans perceive certain things, okay? So that's why I don't know if I would recommend people obsessively try to get a linear pressure response like this. Instead, it should feel linear to you, okay? And I actually have a procedure to help you identify the pressure curve as a starting point. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect, but it might be a good starting point, okay? So we're going to do it. We're going to do it live here, and we'll use the pressure curve in Krita, okay? So where is Krita? Actually, let me turn off Rebelle. Okay, so let's reset the pressure curve to the null pressure curve, right? And I'm just drawing here, okay? And actually, it feels good to me, but I want to, as a starting point, I want to see if I want something more linear. And actually, let me just make sure that the Wacom pressure curve is not engaged. Let's take a quick look here. And this thing is a little confused about where it's supposed to be at. Okay, Pro Pen 3. Okay, the pressure curve is, it's just a linear curve in the driver. Okay, great. We've confirmed that. We don't want it interfering, right? Okay. So I'm going to draw, and actually it feels good as it is, but for whatever reason, let's say I want a more, I'm going to make this a really large brush. I want a more linear pressure curve, right? But I want something that feels linear, not that is mathematically linear. Here's how you do it. Let me reduce the brush size a little bit. I'll do this in Krita. First, you go to settings here. You can do it in the driver too, but it's easier here to do it in Krita. And I go to, somewhere here there's a button that says Tablet Tester. Okay? Now, what I'm going to do, and it says the percentage, if I draw here, you'll see it says P, which is pressure. It says 87, whatever. I'm going to go press on this, and at my normal angle of drawing, which is about 45 degrees, until it gets close to 100%. So it's hard to keep it exactly at 100%, so I'll try to aim for 95%. Okay? So I'll just keep on doing this until, I'll just do it over and over until I sort of roughly know what 95% feels like. I'll press it back down, take a look at the number. Yeah, I'm getting like 90, 91. That's good enough. Okay? I know what it means to press at about 95%. Fantastic. So I'll treat that like it's almost 100%, the top. And then I'm going to press down just to get it in my head, since I know what 100% is. I'm going to think about what feels like 50%. So if 95% was like this, I'm going to let go until I'm like, okay, I'm pressing half as much. This is what my mind is telling me, right? 95, and I'm saying half as much is like this. I'm not looking at the number. I'm just going by what my brain says. And if I look at the number, believe it or not, this is funny. Let me close this for a second. Let me go back to the whiteboard. Okay. Let's start a new whiteboard here. So step one for me was like, feel what 95% logical feels like with your hand. Okay? Number two. So you have to look at like the Krita, what do they call it? Krita tablet tester tool. Tester. Okay? Then, now that you know what 95% is, go ahead and just push until your brain feels like it is pressing at half of that feeling, right? So how hard it was at number one, press half as much. Then you look at the number. At the percentage. And, just remember it, right? So in my case, when I was pressing at 95, to me, pressing at 80% felt like halfway there. Okay? And now, step 4 is change pressure curve so that when you are pressing at half, the number comes back as 50%. Does that make sense? I know it's a little complicated and weird. But basically, if I go back to the Krita settings here, and I'm going to do the change in the driver because otherwise I have to change position in Krita a lot. So I know what 95% feels like. To me, if I press down at half, it's at 80%. So I go into the Wacom driver. I find ProPen 3, and let's go advanced. I change this a little bit, and I go back to Krita. And then I press until, again, I go again back to 95. And then I go back to where I feel like I'm pressing half. And we try it again, 95. And then half is like this. Now it says 70%, okay? So I'll go a little bit more with Wacom. And go back to Krita. And now, if I press to what I thought was 50%, and then go to 95. And then go back to what it feels like. Okay, now, what I interpret as 50% is actually showing up as about 45, 48%. So in other words, my brain, this curve will produce for my brain a feeling of a linear response. Does that make sense? So I didn't need, no. So you have to go by your gut a little bit. You have to go by what your brain feels, not by measuring with a, with math. Okay. And let's see, Mir has a few comments here. Krita has a much bigger global curve than the driver. It's good, you can see it, set it precisely. It's not complicated at all. Now you're going to change it accordingly and then reset it. I'm not totally following what you're saying, Mir, but does it at least make sense that, like, if by setting this, I can get to what feels like 50% is actually showing as 50% logical, then this should give me a starting point for what the pressure curve should be like. I think it's a little bit complicated to explain this topic because it may be too abstract to talk about the feeling of the pressure and the actual value. So I'll have to, I'll have to ask people to try this and tell me how it worked out for them. So maybe I'll do a video or some instructions on how to do this. And then I'd like people's feedback on if it works. Carmel Barden. So having an expensive tablet is just a waste of money if the cheap tablet with similar spec-wise can achieve similar drawing pressure. But yeah, I mean, expensive tablets are better, but sometimes the way they're better doesn't really matter, right? And if as long as it feels good for you to draw and you're able to draw the way you want, then, sorry, you can't see my face, my apologies. As long as it feels good for you to draw and you're able to draw what you want, then that's fine, right? I'll give you an example. I have so many Wacom Intuos Pros, but a lot of time when I'm just sketching and drawing my memes, I use a Huion Giano G930L, which is not, the pen is not anywhere near as good as a Wacom Pro pen, right? But I know how to use my pressure curves. And I know how to tweak the software to get what I want. Let's see, the global pressure curve in Krita graph is bigger, is what I mean with the driver part. Got it, yes. Mir, you don't think it's too complicated? That's good to hear. It's actually really good to hear. Yeah, exactly. You're just feeling and readjusting the curve until you feel like it's balanced well. I'm just trying to give a little bit more structure to like what the curve, how to think about it, right? At the end, you can just go by feel alone. That's fine. I'm just trying to add a little bit of extra repeatability to the process, if that makes sense. And of course, it might vary per brush. Some people want the brushes to feel different, right? Okay. So let's see. I think we've got. Let me just double check to make sure we've. Maybe I do want to show one last thing because I do have my tablet tester, and with the moving, it should show some of these problems. I think we show the problems. Okay. So I don't need to show this again. Let me just take a look at any other items people have brought up. Yeah, I think we went through, well, look, I've been streaming for 4 hours and I went through every possible thing I can think of for pressure. Like literally everything. So I think we're good here. Mir says, I think I'm an outsider on these topics as I mostly use non-pressure, so brushes that are not pressure sensitive. I use pressure when painting. Yeah, I'm actually very similar, Mir. Most of the time when I'm doing line art, I just use 5 pixel brushes that aren't pressure sensitive. But every now and then I need to use pressure, and that's when I start caring, right? Yeah, I am getting tired. It is now 2:30 in the morning, and I'm definitely feeling it. So I think I'm going to call it a day or a night. We had 4 hours of again. I did cover everything I know about pressure, everything. So I can't wait to take the transcript of this and get a summary, and then like start updating some docs. And I do want to take everything I did and make it one huge, maybe a 2-hour video. It's going to be a long one. It's going to take me some real time to prepare. But this was fun. This was a lot of fun. Okay, everyone. I want to thank you for your time and your engagement and the great questions and interaction we had. I will be streaming again soon. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night, and I'll see you all soon. Good night. Okay, now to end the stream. There we go. The sound is on. Ah, okay. Thank you, man. I will turn it off.